hour meeting, 40% of the meeting, everyone brought up Ken Griffin. Ken Griffin left Chicago. Ken Griffin left Chicago. Ken Griffin left Chicago. Ken Griffin. We're going to miss Ken Griffin, but you know we're going to recover from Ken Griffin. It's like the entire meeting was about Ken Griffin. Okay, so now all these people that you guys hate in New York that are the business owners, the builders, the billionaires, you don't think they have 100 other places to go to? It's as if every person that voted for Mamdani in New York needs to go out there and buy the book Atlas Shrugged and just read it. Go read the book and read the history of what happens when you push these types of guys out. There's plenty of places for them to go to. But again, we'll see what happened by November between now and then. Maybe Eric Adams is going to come out. And since they're both kind of Democratic Party, but he went to the independent side, who knows if an independent can win in New York? We'll find out. Let's go to the next story. Iran, Israel, did the nuclear facilities really get hit? Did they not get hit? You hear stories about the fact that those places didn't get hit. There's CNN anchor saying certain things. There's Joy Reid saying certain things here. Joy Reid, I'll start off with that one first. Rob, can you tell me what page Joy Reid is? Joy Reid is, you have to hear this one, folks.
Page 16?
Page 16. Okay. Joy Reid, let's start the clip from here, by the way. Joy Reid suggests Iran having nuclear weapon might make Middle East calmer. Can you imagine that? Iran having nuclear weapon might make the Middle East calmer. By the way, there are people that agree with her. Go ahead, Rob. Play the clip.
What do you think we'll see first, World War III or nuclear war? I don't think we'll ever see nuclear war in our lifetime, but I do think we'll see a World War III.
And the reason you won't see nuclear war in our lifetime is that everyone who would deem to threaten global annihilation has nukes.
Mutually assured
destruction. And I think what would, in a weird way, make the Middle East, you know how they say the most polite society in the country is Texas? Because everybody's packing?
Everybody got guns. That's right.
You know, maybe the Middle East would be calmer if there weren't just, what I spoke yesterday to a Navy veteran who used to fly those bombers that they used to drop the bunker, but the 30,000-pound bombs. Mm-hmm. And he was telling me, he said, don't get it twisted. This war is not about a real threat that Iran posed to anyone. They don't have nukes, and they didn't have nukes, and they weren't making nukes. This is about a geopolitical push, the same way it was when we went after Mossadegh. To make it, we would rather an Iran with a dictator who's a puppet than a free Iran who could defy us and take the oil we feel entitled to. In this case, Israel wants to be the hegemon of the region. They want to be the United States, the big boy in the bloc, and have no competitors. And their biggest two potential competitors are Saudi Arabia and Iran. Mm-hmm. And so the idea here is to make them the unquestioned superpower.
So she thinks it'll be safer if Iran has a nuclear weapon. Now, this whole story that you're hearing about was prompted after reporters came out from CNN, I believe New York Times, that said U.S. strikes did not destroy Iran's nuclear program. White House rages after top secret doc is leaked as Israel and Iran claim victory. Rob, if you have this clip, go for it. Play this clip here.
When it came time to take things to the next level, I knew that I had to make a website, and Wix was perfect for that. I'm Josh Harmon. I'm a musician, I'm a content creator, and I'm a sound effects artist. I wanted to create videos as universal as possible that had no language in them so that anyone could enjoy them, and that was how I came up with the idea to do sound effects. I took our tunes and I used my drum set and the instruments, and I recreated all the sound effects to the scene where they're cooking up some soup. From the moment I uploaded this video, I could just feel that something was a little bit different. It was insane. I was 25 million views on Instagram. I really didn't know what to do, and it was my grandma. She just turned 99. She said, "You've got a good idea. Now's the time to focus and just keep doing it." Now I have over 20 million followers across my social media channels, and each of my videos gets millions of views. As my brand continues to grow, creating a website is the natural next step. And so I made a website on Wix. I wanted the website to really represent me and my entire brand, and it perfectly matched the tone that I was trying to get, which is playful yet professional. When the website came together, I had a similar feeling to how I feel when I've gotten that perfect take on one of my videos. I had a big smile on my face, and I just was like, oh my God, this is perfect.
And the American public have ever seen. And that CNN story does not change the facts. There was a total and complete obliteration of Iran's nuclear facilities, and because of the president's strike, because of the precision of our United States military and this perfectly executed mission, Iran no longer has the capability to produce a nuclear weapon as imminently as they did prior to the strike. The American people and the world should be grateful for that, and it's disgusting that CNN and the New York Times are disparaging not just the president, but our brave men and women who helped conduct this highly successful operation.
What kind of consequence could the leaker face?
Walks up. Okay. Pete Hegseth then responds this morning. He does a press conference to address it, and break down the fact that these facilities were hit. And here's what he had to say. Go for it, Rob.
Fake news, CNN, MSNBC, or the New York Times, there's been fawning coverage of a preliminary assessment. I've had a chance to read it. Every outlet has breathlessly reported on a preliminary assessment from DIA. I'm looking at it right now. Again, it was preliminary, a day and a half after the actual strike, when it admits itself in writing that it requires weeks to accumulate the necessary data to make such an assessment. It's preliminary. It points out that it's not been coordinated with the intelligence community at all. There's low confidence in this particular report. It says in the report there are gaps in the information. It says in the report multiple linchpin assumptions are what this assessment, a linchpin assumption, you know what that is? That means your entire premise is predicated on a linchpin. If you're wrong, everything else is wrong. And yet, and still, this report acknowledges it's likely severe damage. Again, this is preliminary, but leaked because someone had an agenda to try to muddy the waters and make it look like this historic strike wasn't successful. I'm going to get to the chairman in a moment because he's going to lay out the particulars for you based on his professional military experience. But here's what other folks are saying. The DIA that put that report out says this is a preliminary low confidence report and will continue to be refined as additional intelligence becomes available. How about the Israeli Atomic Energy Commission? The devastating U.S. strikes on Fordow destroyed the site's critical infrastructure and rendered the enrichment facility inoperable. Have any of these quotes made their way into the New York Times or the Washington Post?
Nope.
MSNBC? CNN? Any of these quotes? How about this one? This is a new one from the UN, the United Nations. No friend of the United States, or certainly Israel often. Here's the head of the UN Atomic Energy Agency this morning, Rafael Grossi. U.S. and Israeli strikes caused enormous damage to Iran's nuclear sites. Don't take my word for it. How about the IDF's chief of staff? I can say here that the assessment is that we significantly damaged the nuclear program, setting it back by years. I repeat, years. The Iranian foreign minister, the spokesman, our nuclear installations have been badly damaged, that's for sure. I'm sure that's an understatement. John Radcliffe, the director of the CIA, putting out a statement just last night. CIA can confirm that a body of credible intelligence indicates Iran's nuclear program has been severely damaged by recent targeted strikes. This includes new intelligence from a historically reliable, very different than preliminary assessment.
You can pause it right there. Okay, Tom, he's given his argument to say that we did destroy the facilities. It's going to take them years to recover. Iran, I'm going to show an article from this morning. This is what President Trump had to say. Fake news CNN, together with the failing New York Times, have teamed up in an attempt to demean one of the most successful military strikes in history. The nuclear sites in Iran are completely destroyed. Both the Times and the CNN are getting slammed by the public. What do you think really happened? Do we really know whether massive damage was done or not?
I think first of all, Hegsis wasn't giving his opinion. He was reading the opinion of multiple global leaders whose business is to be in the know and to make these statements and these observations, number one.
Yep.
And number two, you've got certainty coming from, okay, the IDF. Okay, you could say the IDF is biased. Sure, it's be their business to spin it one way. But when Iran's foreign minister and others are talking about this, it seems to indicate that there was damage done, but everybody also agrees that it's going to take weeks of damage assessment to see. We have satellite photos. We're going to watch trucks. We're going to see what's going on there to see what is happening on the ground and the true ground response. All it takes is the satellite images, and you watch. Do supplies come and go? Do the workers come in and go out the way they were? How many of them? There's going to be all sorts of assessments. So it is correct that it is early to make the assessment, and it's also correct that Hegsis didn't go up there and just do some fawning denial. He called out the media for grabbing one little part of it, running with it because they want to make the president look bad, and then he starts quoting people around the world. That made me feel pretty reasonable about this. So if we got half the job done, or we got a quarter of the job done, you know what still is true?
What's that?
We flew planes into their airspace. They couldn't do shit about it, and we flew home
But was
unharmed.
that the outcome, though? Was a mission accomplished? That's the question. That's what a lot of people are asking about, because this is what Khamenei had to say this morning.
I don't think we know.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of people on the world
I totally
stage
get
that
it.
are saying that
I totally get it.
there's more chance that it
I got
did
you, Tom.
than
This is
didn't.
what Khamenei is saying this morning. Iranian Supreme Leader crawls out of bunker to ludicrously claim victory over Israel. Tehran's delivered a hand slap to America's face. Go a little bit lower if you could, Rob. Okay, Iran's humiliated Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei came out of hiding Thursday to ludicrously claim victory over Israel, having delivered a hand slap to America's face during the first address since the total obliteration of his nuclear weapon facilities. Khamenei said he was victorious in the 12-day war, despite losing years of progress on his nuclear programs, including more of a dozen of his leading scientists being killed and obliteration of 3 nuclear enrichment sites. The Islamic Republic was victorious and in retaliation delivered a hand slap to America's face. Khamenei said Thursday, go a little bit lower, Rob. And the head of the Islamic regime has been hiding since Israel launched Operation Rising Lion on June 13, fearing an assassination attempt by the Jewish state. Israel had launched hundreds of missiles around Tehran, along with covert operation that destroyed a ground-to-air and ground-to-ground defense system. And Khamenei addresses comes 5 days after Trump ordered the 7 B-2 bombers to drop bunker busters bombs on the underground Fordo nuclear sites as nuclear-capable submarines launch cruise missiles at 2 other sites, Natanz and Esfahan. U.S. hit nuclear sites but could not achieve much. Khamenei said in televised speech before calling out Trump, U.S. President Trump needed to do showmanship. Okay, so now he's poking. Go a little bit lower. Needed to do a little bit of showmanship. Go a little bit lower. With all that commotion and all those claims, the Zionist regime was practically knocked out and crushed under the blows of the Islamic Republic. The isolated Iran leader statements are the first since ceasefire was agreed upon by his nation and Israel. Adam, your thoughts on this?
So there's a lot to unpack here. So let me just go one by one, and I'll go very quickly. At the cornerstone of everything that's going on, whether it's Joy Reid, whether it's what's happening in New York, whether it's even the Ayatollah, everything is doing an exact opposite of what Trump stands for. So if you're trying to understand the mindset of the Democrat these days, or the socialists, or the progressives, all you have to do is understand Newton's theory, which is for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. Oh, so Trump is pro-Israel? Now all of a sudden we're pro-Iran. We're pro-Palestinian. Trump is America first? Well, we're America last. Trump has closed the borders? Let's open the borders. Let's have a globalist mindset. Let's globalize the Intifada. Trump is using ICE? We hate ICE. That's all it is. Show me a position Trump stands for. That's exactly what the Democrats or the globalists are using as their platform to go against the Trump. Trump could cure cancer, and they would be cheering, why did he eliminate cancer?
He cost 17,000 jobs. Yeah, exactly.
What's that?
Yeah. No, if he cured cancer, they would say Trump caused the loss of 17,000 jobs. They would find a way to take the 20% position on it.
That's all it is. So if you understand that whatever Trump stands for, they're going to take the opposite position. That at least gives you a little insight to their mindset. Number 2, this is where this moron, Joy Reid, who still somehow gets an opportunity to talk, what she doesn't understand. I say this all the time. The Middle East is not the Midwest. She thinks in her peanut-sized brain with her blonde wig that she understands jihadist mentality. You don't. The Middle East is not the Midwest. You're basically living your life based on the premise that they have the exact same values and principles that we have in the West. They don't. They have jihadist tendencies and jihadist ideology. This is a clash of civilization and a clash of culture. Understand that. So when Trump is pro-Israel, of course, Joy Reid takes the pro-Iran position. And naturally, she starts deducing, well, yeah, maybe it'd be great if they had nuclear weapons. Really? Because that worked out really well in North Korea versus South Korea, right? Take a look at those images at night. So she's basically operating on the premise that they have the same mindset as us. No. Israel loves life. United States loves life. Jihadists worship death. In Judaism, if we're going to give cheers, like in Italian, what do you say if you're going to have a cheers? You're going to say, hey, what do you say? Salud. In Judaism, you say this. You say l'chaim, to life. Jihadists worship death. That's what you don't understand. The cornerstone of their mindset is martyrdom, jihad, paradise, 72 virgins, pay for slay, human shields. It's a completely different ideology. So now you're operating on the premise that you want to give them nukes. It makes zero sense. And Israel, who is basically our proxy in the region, will never stand for that.
Vinny.
Well, first, I want to say that the bigger problem with the whole situation is that there's still people inside the Trump administration, which I know is going to be there, that are still trying to undermine the administration. Okay, the deep state is still real. You have people inside that the FBI right now is investigating. They're going to try to find out who's leaking this information, which is inaccurate, and it's jumping the gun, no pun intended, because when they're saying, there's weeks, they still have to find out 4 weeks what's happening. Yes, we have reports that there was satellite imagery of a bunch of trucks, Tommy, coming up, possibly taking out uranium, which one thing I'm going to criticize is like the heads up, Pat, the warning, the Trump, the tweeting, the everything. If you give an enemy such a heads up like that, they're going to take shit out of the ground. They're going to move out of there. And I did a little bit of research, Pat. The bomb that we used, the 30,000-pound bomb, how deep do you guys think it goes into the ground? How deep? How many feet?
90 meters. So whatever 90 meters is, if 2 meters is 6 feet, 270 feet.
Okay, great. Average 200, and if it's 60 plus feet for reinforced concrete, the Fordo fuel enrichment plant was 250 to 300 feet deep. Okay, even if we're not hitting the actual site itself, everything else is destroyed. The odds of you even
but Iran's known for having strong concrete.
100%.
So opposition is saying the fact that because Iran has the best concrete, it's not going to make it all the way down to the facilities where they're having the uranium. And then you're hearing the stories about how they moved 400 kilos of uranium to a completely different facility, so nothing got hit. That's what some people are saying.
And that's why we have to give them a little bit of time, especially when it comes to the assessment of weeks to find out. And I get it. I know what people are going to say. Well, you can't trust the government with all the reports and everything like that. But I'm just saying, from that point of view, they disrupted it. If it was, as Bibi and all them said, they were weeks away from making a nuclear weapon, this has at least slowed them down. Okay. The last thing you're going to have to do is send ground troops, hopefully not American, to go and find out now the site. Because now you can't just satellite to see what's happening down there. You have to send boots on the ground to see what's happening down there. At least out of this whole thing, there was the most minimal civilian casualties. If you want to count anybody that's down there, any nuclear people that are working on a nuke to freaking attack America. But I think it's going to take a couple of weeks to find out if it's actually real and if they moved anything from the site.
Yeah, and then, by the way, this leads to President Trump, who's being asked about regime change, and this is what he had to say about the fact that he doesn't want regime change. Watch this here.
Do you want to see regime change in Iran?
No. If there was, there was. But no, I don't want it. I'd like to see everything calm down as quickly as possible. Regime change takes chaos. And ideally, we don't want to see so much chaos. So we'll see how it does. The Iranians are very good traders, very good business people, and they got a lot of oil. They should be fine. They should be able to rebuild and do a good job. They're never going to have nuclear, but other than that, they should do a great job.
Yeah, so the challenge then becomes, if you don't open up. Yesterday, I put a tweet out at 1:30 in the morning or 1 o'clock in the morning. I don't know what time it was. I'm up there just going through a bunch of different things and, preparing for today. Today happens to be Tom's oldest daughter's birthday. Shout out to Bailey. Happy birthday, Bailey. It happens to be my youngest daughter's birthday, Brooke. And it happens to be our anniversary today. My wife and I, 16 years. So happy birthday, Bailey. Happy birthday, Brooklyn. And
congratulations,
happy anniversary, Jennifer, babe.
Congrats, Jen.
So last night, 1 o'clock, I'm going through it, and you're talking about regime change and all the stuff that's taking place, right? And the president said what he said there about the fact that he doesn't want chaos. So who doesn't want chaos? He doesn't want chaos? He doesn't want regime change? Or the Iranian people don't want regime change? What did he say?
I think he doesn't want chaos.
He doesn't want. Of course he doesn't want.
Of course.
But what do Iranians want? They want change.
They want change.
They don't want chaos. They want change. I put this up last night because a guy said something about me. Can you go back there, Rob? I want to put the tweet right before the one that I put up. I just want to call this out. Because if the Iranian romanticizers, put that up there so I can read that. Patrick, with his political literacy, is at the level of Wikipedia. He has no national political agendas other than increasing his audience and securing sponsors. Sure. Therefore, when he passionately slams leadership capacity of Prince Reza Pahlavi, it is undoubtedly driven by business interests. Now, here's what this guy, and I don't blame him for, not knowing what he's talking about. My response to him was, I don't know who you are. I really don't want to open my mouth about who for decades used their last name to collect money from innocent Iranians. But if the pressure comes, I will gladly open my mouth. I will bring receipts soon if these lies continue about us doing it for money. Whether it's I'm taking 1 minute, I'm taking money from Israel. The next minute is I'm Mossad. The next minute is I'm Iranian. The next minute is I'm Nayak. The next minute is I'm pro-Reza Pahlavi monarchy coming back. The next minute we're taking money for sponsorship. And what's funny is we don't take money from any sponsorship. This is why we sell our stuff. We're proud capitalists. By the way, what is his name, Majid? Here's what we'd like to see happen. Your country right now only has $350 billion in GDP. We'd like to find a way to 7x that so Iranians can make some money, because capitalism can solve a lot of problems in Iran. So I wrote this and I said, Iran deserves better leadership. There's so much untapped potential in Iran. Here are a few things to consider. A resource-rich nation with a starved economy. How does a country with ranked fifth in natural resources, population of 92 million, talented people only produce 400? That's less than Walmart, Amazon, and Aramco produce per year. And by the way, in Apple is 390 billion. So Apple almost is bigger than Iran's GDP. So Iran, an entire country, produces less than a single corporation. How is it possible? The answer, big. The current regime is suffocating the nation's potential. With the right leadership, the economy can explode to $2 trillion in no time, unlocking unprecedented prosperity for its people. 2, geopolitical goldmine. Iran is one of the most strategically located nations on earth. Whether you're in China, Russia, Europe, Africa, or Middle East, you have to go through Iran. Now imagine if Iran were wide open for business. 3, a sleeping giant for global tourism. In the 70s, it was one of the global destinations, drawn nearly 1 million tourists per year, including celebrities, business elites, and world leaders. It offers stunning mountains, rich ancient history, world-class museums, incredible cuisine, music, culture, and yes, some of the most beautiful women in the world. Iranian women, man, they're beautiful. Iran has everything except for freedom. Iran doesn't need a monarchy or a theocracy. That's not popular for a lot of people that are fans of Reza Pahlavi, that they want him to bring back the monarchy. You don't need a theocracy. You don't need a monarchy. My opinion, you can trash this and tear it apart. This is my opinion. The concept that U.S. had the No Kings protest, they should do that in Iran, is more relevant to Iran than anywhere else. Iran needs to scrap its current structure and start fresh like a startup. Bring together modern founding fathers to draft a new constitution based on liberty, equality, and democracy. Hold real elections, guarantee freedom for everyone. Partnering with the West is the fastest way to rebuild. You can't chant death to America one day and negotiate with the U.S. next day. That's not diplomacy. That's delusion. If Iran builds bridges, not walls, business will flood in. A free Iran could be the key to peace in the Middle East. That's simple. Only question is who's going to rise up. So when I put that up there, you see this, and you'll see, oh my God, how dare you do this? I can't. The romanticizers of Pahlavi and David. He's going to be like his father. He's not his father. He's a sweet man, nice man, smart man, wants to make his mom happy, wants to make his dad proud that is no longer here. But he's not going to get the job done as a person. And some well, let him just get in, and then we'll figure all the rest out. No. A person that's an influencer is not going to sit there and say, oh, yeah, let's just do that. And let's get in, and then we'll get the job done. You know who said that? Nancy Pelosi said, well, we have to pass it so we see what's in the bill. That's what we got to do.
We'll find out what's in it afterwards.
No. So to me, while this is going on, a lot of Iranians are seeing, is someone going to close this out? By the way, if again, this is the closest you've been in 46 years. If again, this doesn't succeed, who are you blaming? Go ahead. This is the closest you've been in 46 years. If this doesn't happen again, whose fault is it? You're not going to put it on Pahlavi? Who are you going to put it on? Because that's your face. Go ahead. Put it on somebody. Who will you put it on? The Indiana Pacers lost. Who do you put it on? Well, injuries. Fair, game 7. Halliburton brought it all the way to the top. Minnesota was supposed to go to the championship and become the Michael Jordan, right? What's his name? Anthony Edwards. What happened? Oh, it's not his fault? It's not his fault. Oh, he's a seasoned player. I got you. Let's not put the responsibility on anybody. This is the close. By the way, he had a video that he posted yesterday, Rob. If you can go to his X account. And again, sweet man, nice man, smart man, capable man of being someone that can help out with history. But this is what he posted yesterday. If you can go a little bit lower, there was a video right there. And watch this one here. Open it up. Let's watch this. Go ahead.
This is our Berlin Wall moment. But like all moments of great change, it comes fraught with danger. We stand at a crossroads. One road leads to bloodshed and chaos, the other to a peaceful and democratic transition. The difference in these two roads depends on one factor, and one factor alone, whether the current regime in Iran is allowed to survive.
Watch this.
If the West throws the regime a lifeline, there will be more bloodshed
You can pause
and
right there.
chaos.
Okay. So he gives a message like that, which is to say this is the closest they've been. He needs U.S.'s help to get the job done. Great. But when you watch that, does that sound like somebody that is intimidating, that someone that's going to get the job done? No. It sounds like somebody that has the history, that can play a very good role. I had a call with somebody yesterday. You know what the entire conversation was about for an hour? The conversation was about, this is one of the guys I love to work with. And the deal he struggles with, this is why I have so much respect for Tom. What he struggles with is the following, Vinny. He wants to be a number one.
Okay.
But he really is a number four.
Phew. But he has ambition to be the number one.
No, he's not a number one.
Does he want?
He does not.
Oh, okay.
Because the pressures of number one, not everybody wants. It sucks. Because all the attacks come to you and all the pressure comes to you. Some people simply do better being 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And by the way, they shine more as a 2, 3, 4 than they do as a 1. Paul George said, I was never a number one to win a championship. My record says it. If I was a 1, I would have won a championship. I didn't win it. He didn't win as a 1. He needed to be a 2 or 3. This guy is a very good 2, 3, 4, but not as a 1. To get the job done, Iranians, you're going to keep coming at me and posting stuff, and eventually I'm going to really start saying stuff. And my challenge to all of you guys is right now, here's what I'm tempted to do, Vinny, Tom. And I haven't even told you guys this. I'm tempted to see about holding a leadership meeting for Iranians, some of the smartest, most influential Iranians, at our office, at the hangar. Private, no cameras, nothing. Everybody has to put their phones in. Security, we come in. Nobody has anything. We just sit there and we talk of what some of their ideas are. I think to identify who that person is going, I'm at that point. I have too many things going on that the chance of me doing this is less than 5%. But that thought crossed my mind. Right now we got all these things we're doing, family, kids, businesses, all these other things. But it's at that point because if you're not going to hold a meeting to rally and unify everybody so we can get on the same page and identify where we're going, what the hell are we doing? And if you can't hold the meeting, it's because you don't carry that kind of weight anymore. If you call a meeting and you don't carry the weight of people coming, what happened there? Maybe you lost it. Maybe you're not the guy. Maybe you're not the person. So it's a very interesting season right now. So I get it for U.S. and Trump, what he's saying. But Iranians are fed up, and they want that $350 billion of GDP to turn into $2 trillion. That opens up opportunities, places you live, schools your kids go to. Anyways, we'll see what's going to happen with Iran. Adam, go ahead.
Yeah, I encourage PBD to have that meeting. And if you're going to do that meeting, it needs to happen immediately. Because there's something called Carpe Diem, and that's seize the day. Here's the biggest challenge that the Iranian people are going to face. Right now, this story is the number one story in the world. You know what's going to happen? In a week, in 2 weeks, it's going to be yesterday's news. And everyone's going to forget about the people of Iran. You bring up a great point here. Is this what Trump wants? Does Trump want to get out of this mess, this conundrum of the Middle East? You bet he does. He wants to set his sights on China, and that's what the America First agenda really wants to focus on, not Middle East quagmires. But what do the Iranian people want? The Iranian people want to be free. Now's the time. I'm telling you right now, if this doesn't happen in the next few weeks, this ain't happening. PBD is absolutely right. This is the closest the Iranian people have been to being free in 46 years. And my thoughts are, unless they take advantage and seize the day and Carpe Diem, they're never going to have freedom ever again. So who benefits from everything that just happened in Iran? Well, Israel definitely benefits because they've eliminated a nuclear holocaust. USA benefits because they've eliminated a potential threat that sows chaos all around the world. The world benefits. We don't need to have a nuclear Iran, despite what the moron Joy Reid has to say. But you know who definitely doesn't benefit if this thing does not work out in their favor? The actual Iranian people, because you're starting to see stories that the Iranian regime is starting to take it out on the people who have been cheering and protesting against the regime. So this is a great case for the Second Amendment, by the way, because that doesn't exist in Iran. So I don't even know how they're going to rise up. Peabody, last point, you bring up a great point. The GDP of Iran is set to soar. I don't know if we can have time to play a clip, but there's an American-Iranian businessman who talks about the economic dynamism that could potentially take place in Iran if they basically take the stranglehold and the noose that is around their neck away from the Ayatollah. He talks about catching up to the UAE, Qatar, and in Saudi, not in 46 years, in basically 5 to 7 years. So the Iranian people want to be free. They're a great people, ingenuity, smart. They're just being held hostage by the Ayatollah.
Yeah,
and unless they take
Adam,
advantage
what's
of it.
interesting with what you're saying here.
Sure.
Here's what's interesting with what you're saying here. Guess who wants those sanctions to remain on Iran? Guess who wants Khamenei to keep saying death upon America? Guess who wants Khamenei to keep making fun of Trump? Guess who wants Iran and U.S.'s relationship to continue to be bad? Guess who wants that?
Qatar, Saudi, Venezuela,
that's
everybody
right,
else that doesn't want another competitor in the oil market.
That's right. That's exactly who also benefits from it. So the what do you call it? The connect the dots game. Like if you go play American Gangster, where he's like, Russell Crowe sitting there saying, "Oh my God, it's Frank Lucas. That's really the person behind Blue Magic." If you connect the dots, there are a lot of people behind closed doors that want the sanctions to remain, that don't want it to open up because they're going to take some business away from them. They don't want that competition. These sanctions are perfect to not have any competition. So if Iran does become free, does Saudi fully want that? Do they? Maybe. Does Qatar really want to lose that business? Do they really, really want to have Iran that's got influence over Strait of Hormuz, a fifth of the oil supply that moves from? Do they really want that place to be free? There's a part of it where it's kind of like, how some people are like, man, I hate the fact that this is going on to New York. And the same people that hate the fact that what's going on in New York right now, that's about to become the next Dearborn, London, and next, Detroit, they're same ones are like, I hope it happens because I just want them to realize what they voted for. I hope it happens. So it's like this thing that's like, and there's a group of people that are like, I hope it happens. I'm like, I hope they figured out, because I don't want these crazy people from New York to come to Florida and flip the state. I don't want you to come to Florida. Stay in New York. I hope it doesn't happen. So these Saudi, Qatar states are like, yeah, we want it to be peaceful. We don't want them to have nuclear weapon. But can we kind of keep the sanctions on them so we keep getting this business that we're making? This is the part. So to get the job done, someone's got to be able to rally this whole thing to make it happen. But anyways, we will see what's going to happen. We'll continue. I'm going to get to the next topic here of daddy. Daddy. Trump was called daddy, and not by his wife. Somebody called Trump daddy. And this is NATO. And he's being asked this question, and the president is laughing, okay? I don't think this is the one drop. Oh, this is where he calls him daddy, and then it goes to the next one. Watch this clip here, folks. Go for it.
I mean, we may do papers on it, Marco. Maybe we're going to do papers. I don't even know if you need them. They're not going to be fighting each other. They've had it. They've had a big fight, like two kids in a schoolyard. They fight like hell. You can't stop them. Let them fight for about 2-3 minutes. Then it's easier to stop them.
And then daddy has to sometimes use strong language.
You have to use strong language. Every once in a while, you have to use a certain word.
I think we have to join the others.
Daddy. It wasn't called in
it's
the
like
daddy
has
like
to
a
come
daddy.
in and,
Like it's not like call her daddy or call Trump daddy. But it was daddy's got to get it done. But watch this here. This is such a funny moment. And the best part about this clip is try to watch Marco Rubio trying to keep a straight face. Watch this, folks. Go ahead. Focus on Marco Rubio.
Mark Rutte, the NATO chief, who is your friend, he called you daddy earlier. Do you regard your NATO allies as kind of children?
No, he likes me. I think he likes me. If he doesn't, I'll let you know. I'll come back and I'll hit him hard, okay? No?
Do you
He did it very affectionate. Daddy, you're my daddy.
Do you regard your NATO allies, though, as kind of like children, and they're obviously listening to you and they're spending more, and you're obviously appreciative of that, but do you hope that actually they're going to be able to defend themselves, defend Europe on their own without...
I think they need help a little bit at the beginning.
All right, so that's that part about the daddy conversation of going back and forth, which is kind of interesting to watch. Watch this one, Rob?
So this is Mark Rutte, the NATO National Security Advisor, who called Trump daddy in the first place. And here he is explaining why he does believe that Trump deserves the daddy title.
Go for it.
Deborah Haynes from Sky News. Hello. The language that you have used when talking to Donald Trump has been notable because of its flattery. Today you called him daddy. You sent a text message to him that was gushing with praise. Is this the way that you feel you have to act when doing business with the US president, through flattery and praise? Isn't it a bit demeaning, and doesn't it make you look weak?
No, I don't think so. I think it's a bit of a question of taste, but I think he's a good friend. And when he is doing stuff which is forcing us to, for example, when it comes to making more investments, would you ever think that this would be the result of this summit if he would not have been elected president? Do you really think that the 7 or 8 countries who said, yeah, somewhere in the 2030s we might meet the 2%, we've now all decided in the last 4 or 5 months to get to 2%?
Bingo.
So doesn't he deserve some praise?
Bingo.
And when it comes to Iran, the fact that he took this decisive action, very targeted, to make sure that Iran would not be able to get his hands on a nuclear capability, I think he deserves all the praise.
Rob, you can pause that. How big of a deal is this, Tom? That he's getting, just a few years ago, he's calling on NATO. It was like, what's the big deal? Leave him alone. And I was like, oh, shit. We're paying more. They're not paying it. Why are we paying it? Should we worry about it? They're your neighbors. How big of a deal is this that even now they're flipping, leaders are defending Trump?
Well, I think there's 2 key angles here. One, there is a demonstrative change that is happening in the way that the foreign leaders and people are responding to Trump.
Yeah.
It is different than it was 60 days ago. It's especially different when it was 14 days ago, and very, very different from when he first stepped in, was talking about tariffs, everybody around the world. This crazy person is talking about tariffs.
Yep.
There has been a big change in that. The second line is, look at the bias of Sky News. That's from the UK. Look at her bias. Oh, you're calling them your children. Isn't that disrespectful? And then she's talking to him. Oh, don't you think that looks weak? This is not a media searching for an answer. This is not a media looking for how do we get this together to build economic stability to the benefit of all people. This is media looking for a cheap headline as this liberal reporter from Sky News has the opportunity to ask questions of 2 of the major leaders on the stage. She chooses that. That's what she chooses. I have zero respect for her as a reporter. You have an opportunity to cover such big issues. Oh, and you focus on daddy because you're trying to instigate it. Anything but Trump. Anything but Trump.
You think she was being unfair? You think she was being a little unfair, trying to look for a soundbite?
I'm going to hold back. But yes, and I think...
Do you guys know each other? Like,
Don't hold back, Tom.
Yeah.
No.
It almost seems like it's personal.
I think that reporter is
What's her name? Can we look up this?
She is
go to
emblematic
Cal State
of what is
Northridge?
wrong. Look, the press of Walter Cronkite looked for the story.
Yeah.
The press of the history looked for to bring transparency to the people. Yeah. She looks to bring controversy, and she's not alone. She is no different from Joy Reid, a liberal press trying to go after leaders and create headlines and controversies when there's really nothing there.
Pissed off.
And mind you, he didn't call him daddy. He's saying in regards to how he's handling it, they would consider him daddy.
She tried to leverage it. Do you think that children?
Yes.
No, I think that you're being completely immature and childish in the way you're trying to approach this. Meanwhile, it just grates on the media that the world leadership is starting to coalesce and starting to show some respect and starting to come together because you know what they're thinking?
Point, Tom.
You know what the media is thinking in their rooms when they do prep?
Very good point.
They're thinking this. Oh shit, it's working for them.
That's right. They're getting along. They're getting progress being made. And they do not want that because they need a little bit of the division. I don't know your relationship with that lady, whether you guys went to school together or any of that stuff. But I agree with the part on what you're saying, the fact that this is bringing nations together. There was a moment that I want to share with you it's a very emotional moment. And this lady is talking to the president about her husband being at war. And it's such a beautiful exchange. It's such a beautiful, innocent exchange. Rob, I texted it to you. If you can pull this one up, we moved on from CSUN. I just want you to go. If you can pull this up on the clip, I literally just texted it to you right now. So this reporter is asking a question. She's from Ukraine. Okay? She's concerned for her husband. And look at a president response. I love this. Go for it.
Yes, Ukrainian. I would
Where are
like
you
to ask
from?
I'm from Ukraine.
Oh,
So my
wow.
question to you is whether or not the U.S. is ready to sell anti-air missile systems Patriot to Ukraine. We know that Russia has been pounding Ukraine really heavily right now.
Are you living yourself now in Ukraine?
My husband is there.
Wow.
And
I can see you very, it's amazing.
and me with the kids, I'm in Warsaw actually because he wanted me to be.
Is your husband a soldier? No?
He's
He's there now?
Yeah.
Wow. That's rough stuff, right? That's tough. And you're living here?
In Warsaw.
And you're a reporter?
I am.
Good. So let me just tell you, they do want to have the missiles, okay, as they call them, the Patriots. And we're going to see if we can make some available, They're very hard to get. We need them too. We were supplying them to Israel. And they're very effective, 100% effective. Hard to believe how effective. And they do want that more than any other thing, as you probably know. That's a very good question. And I wish you a lot of luck. I mean, I can see it's very upsetting to you. So say hello to your husband, okay? Thank you.
You can see.
I love it. Listen, with all the stuff that's happening, that's a genuine, he actually gives a damn about people. I get it. It's a crappy situation with everything that we've done with that war. Yeah. But when he's actually like, so where are you? Is he here? Is there? Nobody really gives a shit. He actually does care. And that's why I love his eyes.
It was a great moment. Adam, your thoughts on that moment there?
So I'll tell you a funny story. One time, looking at my phone, I get a call and a text, and it's from someone named Daddy, and it said, "Come to my office right now." I said, "Holy shit, what is going on here right now?" That was PBD. I don't know. Somehow PBD is in my phone as Daddy. But here's the deal: when Daddy calls, you pick up the damn phone and you listen. This whole conversation around Daddy, I know that they're making a joke. Oh, is he Daddy? Trump is your daddy. There's the famous podcast, Call Her Daddy. No. Call him Daddy. That's who Trump is at this point. So NATO's calling him Daddy. The Latinos in Miami are calling him Papi. Usher had a song called Daddy's Home. They're playing that left and right on the interweb. Trump's the man. Trump, undisputably at this point, not like 2016, Trump is the number one leader in the world, unquestionably. In 2016, when Trump was the president, he was getting basically dismantled left and right by his own party, by the Democrats, by the swamp, by the media. This time, Trump's coming in and going, I'm the man. And I'm going to do whatever I need to do to make the world a better place and protect America and utilize America first. So it turns out that everything that Trump said in 2016, a lot of it is right. Drain the swamp? Well, turns out we need to do that. Build a wall? Turns out we need to do that. And in this particular case, make NATO pay. That's exactly what's happening. Because, everyone's talking about the daddy thing, but here are the three biggest takeaways that happened at the actual meeting. Number one, NATO agreed to up their defense spending from 2% to 5%.
That's a big deal.
In the next 10 years.
Crazy. Right.
So 2035. So what? You were paying $1 billion? Now you got to pay $2.5 billion for your defense? Yes.
Their
NATO
fair
member,
share,
whatever
Adam,
it is.
it's their fair
Exactly.
share.
Pay your fair share. Make NATO pay. Number two, Trump doubled down on exactly what he did in Iran. The world is a safer place. Pete Hegseth came out and said what he had to say. But the last part here, the guy that called him Daddy, his name is Mark Rutte. He's the attorney, the Secretary General of NATO. He basically came out and said, "Thank you, Daddy, for coming here and saving NATO." So, there's a whole conversation of like Anthony McEnany talking about make Daddy a sandwich. Make Daddy a sandwich and let Trump keep doing Trump. That's Daddy's home.
Daddy's home. Boom,
Yep.
boom, boom. By the way, tell him the whole story about why the phone said Daddy. Because the user on Apple, when I was flying, it wouldn't let me text. And one of my accounts from 20 years ago, 15 years ago, has Daddy in it. But that's a
Okay,
different
Papi.
story.
I see what's going on.
Papi.
So we're going.
Papi chulo.
Papi chulo in
All right,
Miami.
let me go
¿Qué
to the
más?
next-
¿Qué pasó?
Let's change it to a completely different story, Tom. I'm going to go to the story about Rogan and Liver King. I don't know if you guys are following this closely or not. Rogan is out there minding his own business, and then all of a sudden, here's a story, Daily Mail. Netflix star is arrested for unhinged threats to Joe Rogan. All right. Now, Joe Rogan, why would you do that to Joe Rogan? Joe Rogan's a nice guy, loved. I think he's the one guy that's loved, liked, and respected. He's a trifecta. He's got all the three of them right there. So Rogan gives Brian Johnson, known as Liver King, a disgraced influencer, was arrested in Austin, Texas, for making a terroristic threat. Really, they're using that word against podcaster Joe Rogan, with Johnson posting a video from a hotel room saying, "I challenge you today, Joe Rogan. I'm here at Four Seasons in Austin. I'm in the shower." In the shower. He asked, I don't even think he showered. He said he didn't shower, right?
He doesn't shower.
F you, Joe Rogan. You guys can call the cops after blaming Rogan for exposing his 2022 steroid scandal. Johnson threats included a video where he danced in what appeared to be two gold-plated guns wearing a... Rob, do you have all the videos? I've got threatened to kill anybody. I've not threatened to kill... Rob, just play this clip because I almost can't read it. Go for it, Rob.
Okay, real quick. P.S. What I'm hoping is that you, Joe Rogan, are thinking, I'm going to choke that motherfucker out. Lights out. I'm going to choke him out. And I kind of hope that if you win, that's how it happens. Because, like, to wake up from that dream, that's a good feeling. And then anything else that you could break on me, break it on me. I hope that you won't feel me tap. That's never happening, tapping. Because I have something actually to fight for. Actually, that's my family. I have a principle to fight for. That's what I'm, what if he actually does what he's saying? What if that would be interesting? That would be interesting. What do you have to fight for? You're fighting. I hope you're mad. You should choke me out. You know how to do that. You're trained. You're trained. You got a black belt. Black belt in jiu-jitsu. I hope you choke me out. And if you don't choke me out, these other limbs will be interesting. Should be very interesting. That's the PS. I already thought about my game plan. I don't have a plan. I'm not going to train. But I hope you've been training. And I'm ready whenever you're ready.
Clip with the cockroach. There's a clip. What's this one, Rob? There's another one with a cockroach.
I don't have the cockroach clip.
I just texted it to you.
Oh, okay.
What's this one?
This is another weird clip from the
in
Liver
Austin.
King.
He's waiting for Rogan.
I believe this is before he left for Austin. This is him at his home where he... I'll show you.
Everything. Because Joe Rogan, we don't have to make videos to pretend anymore.
Looks totally normal.
All of this is happening. We're coming
Totally
to you.
sane.
I challenge you man to man to a fight. Honorable. And we don't have to pretend or make any videos. The world is watching. They'll make the videos for us. And you don't have to hold a camera. You can hold the hand of somebody that you love, because what happens next to you, you're going to need to remember that feeling. You're going to need something more than what you did to give you something to fight for, because I have my family to fight for.
Rob, okay, go to the cockroach one, because this one throws me off a little bit. I'm trying to really...
Something's wrong.
I mean, look, I don't, have you ever befriended a cockroach? This is the first time I've ever seen somebody make a friend with a cockroach. But I mean,
Really?
everybody has different...
Yeah,
like we were in
relationships.
Mexico at Oaxaca. Was it Oaxaca? Or no, we were in Guerrero. We were eating, Mario was having mezcal. This is many years ago. And we were eating crickets. And it was delicious with lemon and...
Really?
Yeah, but I've never befriended a cockroach.
You never...
And in Iran, there was a lot of... Like in Iran, you would drink Coke, 20% chance there's a
There's a
cockroach.
roach in there.
If you drank Coke in the... if you're Iranian, you know this. If you lived in Iran in the 70s and 80s and you drank Coke, specifically 80s, 10-20% chance there was a cockroach in the Coke.
Seriously?
So if you could get past it, it's fine. But I never befriended one. Go ahead.
Let's make Iran great again. Let's get some cockroaches in sodas.
Watch this clip here. Very interesting.
Starts today. I don't even know what day it is. But it's starting. And I'm not going to go to sleep. And I am going to sleep. I'm going to rest. But right now, I'm going to fight. I'm going to fight for my family, for what's right. And I'm not going to stop. And I'm going to fight until oh, there's a cockroach. Where'd you go? Oh, there you are. Yeah. Oh, there you little cockroach friend. Yeah. Oh, my friend. Do y'all see him? Yeah. Oh, come here, little cockroach. Starts to...
You've never had that relationship before?
Okay.
Like, You've never had that relationship?
Completely lost his mind.
By the way, he got arrested, I think, right? Rob,
Yeah,
is
he
that
was
what
arrested.
happened? Can you go back?
Shock.
Is this it? Go for it.
Shocker.
What happened here? Is this them? I think
This is
Joe's
him.
camp called the FBI.
Yep, I believe
Yeah.
this is at the hotel that he made the videos from. He's being detained.
Okay, so that's that part.
And then there's one final quick video. This
You
is
have the
just
Rogan explaining what happened.
I could not find that.
I'll find it for you.
Okay, and while we're looking for that, I have this. This is after he was arrested. He's wearing an ankle monitor while still in Austin, Texas, and continues to threaten to fight Joe
And
Rogan.
before he plays it, Pat, mind you, he has the bond set for $20,000, and the judge ordered him to stay 200 yards away from his family and surrender any firearms while he's going through mental health evaluation.
Go for it.
Rogan versus Liver King. Again, it's not what you think. I'm talking about the filmmaker, the funny, the actual genius comedian, good and true. That guy's good and true. I'll pick a funny fight with him. So we're gonna go there for that reason. But 200 yards. Restrain myself.
I don't get
must
this, Rob.
do.
What's he
if
saying
anybody, here's how we do it. If anybody's last name is Rogan, and you're in the capital of Austin, Texas, like Capitol Hill stuff place, like where they make laws, like Rogan versus Liver King, where bullies that are big, that don't just do good and true,
I don't
are
get
held
this, Rob. You
accountable.
can't pause it. So, Vinny, what's going on here?
Well, first and foremost, I know that we're laughing and stuff, but I think this is really important to point out. June is mental health awareness month. Okay, no, and I'm being dead serious. It's meant to highlight how serious this stuff is. Okay, we as men, we bottle stuff up way too long. This month is about breaking that pattern. It's about reminding guys for asking for help. It isn't weakness. It's survival. Speaking of survival, it's the Liver King. But remember, Pat, this guy's 47 years old. He built his brand on the raw meat, the caveman lifestyle. What was it? The tenements and all that stuff. He said he was all natural, but found out he was spending $11,000 on a month on steroids, and it blew up in his face. Cost him his deals. His products all took a huge hit. Led to lawsuits. But if you haven't seen the Netflix documentary, it's really, really messed up. They got with these agencies to make him big, and he blew up, but it was all on a lie. And I could
How much was he spending?
$11,000 on juice time. I mean, you could obviously tell.
Wow.
Look, and that's a photo of us right there. That's nobody. Look at him. He looked normal-ish for as normal as you could be. No deodorant. By the way, I had to wash
That's
that.
right. And deodorant would just be $4.99, so it really wouldn't have taken a big hit into that budget.
And look how tall he is.
Yeah, no.
Look at that. Vinny's 5'4".
Yeah.
This guy, is he 5? How tall is this guy?
And Adam's gay, and he was the furthest away from him. Adam normally, when there's a guy with a shirt off, Adam's normally underneath him. But anyway,
because there's a weapon of
Adam,
mass
I love you.
destruction in there.
But guys, and on the opposite side, because how this mental something's gone. You could see behind his eyes, and you know what he did do? He took ayahuasca, I think in March or May, and I'm telling you guys right now, and people don't understand. That type of stuff can push you over the edge, okay? It's not some spiritual, harmless, retreat. It cracks your mind open. It floods your brain with hallucinogens, okay? It can break down your ego and forces you to face stuff, Tom, that's buried deep inside. And if you're not emotionally there, you know what I'm saying, Malik? If you're on shaky ground, Tom, it can shatter you.
Wasn't it 2 weeks later, he was in Beverly Hills and he broke after us?
He
was
broke.
very quick. Am I right?
He was in the streets going, I'm on steroids.
But it wasn't that long. It was just a couple of weeks, wasn't it?
Yeah. So something, and guys.
And you saw it. It was like an emotional, nervous breakdown on the corner of Beverly Hills.
And horrible. And I don't know. Listen, I'm not married. I don't know how the relationship thing works. And he's the alpha. He's in charge of the family. But where's the family? Where's your wife? Where's your friends? They should be getting involved.
His kids were there on the podcast. His wife showed up.
That's what
Everybody was there.
Well, I'm saying,
and by the way,
right now, Pat, I feel bad. Stop him.
Yeah, Adam, go for it. I got a few things I want to say about this, which is very difficult. But go ahead, Adam.
Here's my thoughts on the Liver King. So he's, at the end of the day, just a pure savage animal. And I say that in a respectful way. When he came to the podcast, I remember that podcast, he came with his wife and kids, the Liver Queen, I believe is what she's called, and his family.
Yeah.
You know, PPD, you mention a movie all the time. It's called Primal Fear.
Yep.
With Richard Gere and Edward Norton. You talk about that movie quite often, don't you?
Yeah.
But he's dealing with, you're seeing the animal instincts of primal fear. Don't get it twisted. This this toughness, this rage is masking his genuine primal fear that everything he's built and everything that he's worked on and his entire family could potentially be taken away. Whether it's accusations, whether it's steroids, whether it's money, his survival instincts are kicking in, and he's using Joe Rogan as sort of the avatar for the world attacking him. So in my opinion, he is close to the edge because in his mind, his primal instincts are taking over. He fears that everything he's built will be gone, and his love for his family is being masked by rage. Slippery slope that he's on, and I wish him the best, and I hope he gets out of this mess.
Tom.
It's not looking good.
No, yeah, and I was just trying to look and see if I can find that tape, but it was just a matter of weeks where he just absolutely had a nervous breakdown, where it seems like the curtain opened and they discovered that it was a charade, that it wasn't just eating mostly liver and other organ meats and working out. It was, man, that may have given you stacks of animal fat and protein and animal muscle protein, but you were juiced beyond juiced, and to the point of it having, psychological effects on you. And I felt bad. I actually felt bad. I don't have pity, but I'm like, wow, the guy broke. The thing broke. And now he's searching for significance. He's lashing out. The most thing that was nearest was Rogan. And it's terrible.
By the way, you know what
it's
Rogan
actually
said?
terrible to see
Rogan
this
said
when it's
everyone has been reaching out to have him on the podcast. He says friends are even asking, hey, do you want to have Liver King on the podcast or not? He says, no, I don't want to have him on the podcast. And that was kind of like one way of, whether he was not happy about not getting on the Rogan podcast, et cetera, it's kind of made him upset.
It would break records.
Yeah, I don't think it would actually.
No.
I actually think it's the opposite. I don't think it would break records.
Really?
I don't think that many people are interested in this conversation.
No.
I don't think
I agree.
it's something that's going to do extremely well. And I would be the one to say it. And I've spoken to Johnson many times, Brian, outside of our podcast, just basic conversations, things that he haven't spoken to him for probably 5, 6 months, 7 months, but I've spoken to him outside of the podcast. Here's what I would tell you. You have to be very careful about the way life works and limelight works and attention works and success works. There is a documentary. If you've never seen it, I've recommended this to so many people, and most people have never heard about it before. It's called The Provocateur. It's the story of Morton Downey Jr., okay? You've heard me talk about it 3 or 4 times. Whatever you do, go watch this documentary. Before there was Alex Jones, before there was any of these podcasters that are blown up, before there was Pat McAfee, before there was the Becks of the world, before there was any of these guys, there was a guy named Morton Downey Jr., and for 18 months, Morton Downey Jr. was number one. He beat Oprah Winfrey. He beat Montel Williams, who used to be number one. He beat out so many people, it was insane. And the way he did it was to evoke. He would instigate. He would get in Ron Paul's face. You ever seen a clip of what he does to Ron Paul, Rob? When Ron Paul was in his 30s, he went on Morton Downey Jr.'s. Have you seen this clip?
No.
Okay. He would smoke like 4 or 5 packs
During
a day.
the show?
No.
During the show.
This guy, Morton Downey Jr.
Well, this is
so a young. Can you find? Is that the one, Rob? How many minutes is it? Oh shoot! You got to go to. So fast forward when Ron Paul gets upset and he gets in his right there. Go back a little bit. Go back a little bit. Go back a little bit. Right there. Go back a little bit more. A little bit more. Right there. Press play. This is how he was. Watch this. Press play.
The guy looks like he just came from Emmett Kelly's funeral. You're avoiding the issue when you attack his clothes. Stick to the issue. Right. The issues are growth and freedom. To the issues, pal.
That's Ron Paul.
If I had a slime like you in the White House, I'd puke on you.
Oh,
Okay,
this is like Jerry Springer.
By the way, look at him. So this is who he was.
Yeah.
He was a provocateur. And then eventually, you know how he falls? Do you know the story about how he falls? So his ratings take a hit. And when his ratings take a hit, he's no longer getting the same attention that he did for about a month. Do you know the story, Rob, or know what he does? He goes in an airport bathroom, asks his producer to shave a part of his hair, to cut some part of his hair, and put, like with a marker, swastika on his back, and says, white nationalist, right there, look, with swastika on his face, and claims that he was attacked at the airport by white nationalists or Nazis or something.
So
not Nazis, by I don't know who it was, Rob. And
Trying to pull a Jussie Smollett.
He did a Jussie Smollett.
Yeah, and by the way, he blows like everyone's. Oh my God, you know, because of what I'm talking about, they hate me. They want to stop me. I was like, holy shit, this guy's blown up. And you know what ends up happening? His producer's like, dude, I can't keep this life for this long. They go on Phil Donahue, and he admits the fact that this was all a lie, and never happened. This isn't new on what's going on with Liver King.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing more addicting than attention.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing more addicting than becoming a celebrity and people recognizing you. And oh my God, there's nothing more addicting than a woman who does 78 surgeries to try to go back and look like the way she did at 25 years old because she misses that attention. The attention that you get eventually doesn't become the same. And if you go like this and use something like you did, and all you had to do is say, I use juice.
That's it.
That's all you have to do. All you have to do is, no, I'm using steroids. Remember when I talked about his abs? I'm like, dude, do you have something in here?
Yeah.
Like Oscar De La Hoya said, what? I got a surgery done. Look at this. It looks good.
Yep.
All you have to do is be straight up about it. But no, the attention got to him. It went. Didn't know how to handle it. And unfortunately, he's going through this right now. And it doesn't look like it's going to end well. The way this story is going, it's going to end up being very nasty. I hope it doesn't end nasty. I hope the right people can get a hold of him. I hope what you were talking about earlier, good friends come in and sit down and have a conversation with you and things change. But till then, we pray for him. And we hopefully, again, family, kids, wife, brothers, siblings are able to get a hold of him, have a conversation with him. All right. But by the way, as much as this is a lot of hate that he got for it, I will still continue eating liver, and I love liver.
I'm ordering.
I will never get away from my jigad, and I like to eat it super rare.
I make it like
30 seconds. Boom, take it, boom, cut it, blood. We eat it.
Grass
it's
fed,
phenomenal.
grass finished.
Can I apologize to Vinny real quick? I'm sorry for lashing out at you, man. I didn't mean that.
It's okay.
Part of why I said that was because when the Liver King was here, Vinny, you promised to bring us liver to the show.
I know.
And you've never done it. And this was me.
It's actually a good point.
This
And
was
Adam,
me
and I apologize for.
out. I'm an angry Jew.
See, Adam,
and I wanted some liver.
And Adam,
I believe as an angry patriot, you'd understand, no?
I apologize for calling you homosexual, even though it's Pride Month.
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna cry.
Sorry.
Oh, kill me now.
Tom, stop it. Go ahead, Pat.
All right, I'm going to get to the next story here.
Tom,
Austin
Poppy,
Metcalf.
Daddy, calm down.
Tom, Austin Metcalf's suspected killer, indicted on first-degree murder charge in track stabbing. Go ahead and play the clip, Rob. Go for it.
Good afternoon. Earlier this spring, our community was shaken by what happened at a school track meet in Frisco. The violent loss of 17-year-old Austin Metcalf. For weeks now, my team has been presenting evidence to the grand jury, and today I summarized that evidence, and I asked the grand jury to return a first-degree murder indictment against Carmelo Anthony, which they did. With this indictment, the case now moves formally into the court system. From this point forward, we'll continue doing our job both fully and fairly to pursue justice under the law. As for the scheduling of the trial, that will be up to the court. But when the time comes, we will be ready. Now, we know that this case has struck a deep nerve here in Collin County and beyond. And that's understandable. When something like this happens at a school event, it shakes people to the core. But let's remember that the justice system works best when it moves with steadiness and principle. That's what we're committed to, and that's what this case deserves. We're also mindful of Austin's family and everyone who loved him. Please keep them in your thoughts, and if you're willing, your prayers as well. Finally, let's remember that a defendant is presumed innocent unless and until proven guilty in a court of law.
Is he? Okay, you know what his voice sounded like? It was like a
sleep machine.
Sunday school, like
I was
for kids, like a Sunday school teacher, like you're trying to put the kids to.
I was about to go to
an hour nap.
Yeah,
and
that would have put me down. Tom's out.
We pray in the
Tom's
So
up.
Carmelo, 18 years old, athlete from Frisco, Kansas High School, was indicted first-degree murder, stabbing Austin Metcalf, 17-year-old junior Memorial High School with Collin County County District Greg Williams. So, Vinny, this story here, your thoughts on what we know about this story?
Okay, actually, so remember when it first happened, and me and Tom were talking about this yesterday. Everybody was all, especially the African American community, especially those people. Like I don't know if it was his attorney or somebody. This freaking guy who's been arrested multiple times. I think it was attempted murder or something. Rob, if you could help me find out who this guy was. And the whole story was, as we always said, The black kid was the victim, okay? He was there. He was approached by the white guy. The white guy tried to get tough, and he stabbed him in self-defense, okay? Now, allegedly, there's video showing that there was no threat, that he was just standing there talking to him, and this guy took out a knife that he brought to a track meet for no reason.
Video shows.
They're saying that there's footage because, Pat, for them to come back with an indictment for first-degree murder, you know what that means? They have sufficient evidence to say, okay, we're seeing what we're not seeing, what the public always tries to say, which it's sufficient enough to take in. And I know this from people that are lawyers, and one of them, Selena, who's on Manek, that they have they hate going to trial, the state, Pat, if they don't have a home run hit, meaning they think that it's over 90% that they're gonna win. Okay, and this kid died in his twin brother's arms. Okay, and still the media tiptoed around it and tried to act like, no, it was BS. And this is what pissed me off. The family pulled in $515,000. The public, without knowing any evidence, without seeing one freaking video, they're like, let's send this family money because we think that this kid is innocent. So they paid for the legal fees, the rent, security, relocated them to a gated community, which I believe was $3,500 a month. And the campaign was run by Jacob Wells. And they're not getting any of that cash until it hits $600,000. But anyway, just the bottom line is it's all smoke and mirrors. Okay, the media would rather hype up the racism than show or wait for the evidence. Okay, and it just drives me crazy that in those moments, all the race card gets promoted, but nobody waits for the evidence. And God bless the father of Jesse Metcalf. I still got to give that guy credit back, because regardless of everything that happened, he did get a little bit choked up, but he said, we have to pray for this kid. We have to pray for this kid's family and hope that this kid sees the light, even though in the darkness of what he did, the crime that he did, because his father knows what was up, because his brother told him what happened. So I just hope justice is done. And again, I have to pray for this guy and hope that he finds, some love in his heart for everything that he just did.
And by the way, his GoFundMe, Rob, is that correct that they raised, the goal was $1.396 million. They raised $538,000.
Yep.
Does that money end up going to them whether it gets finalized or not? Do you know if that money gets activated or no?
I don't know if that's a very good question. I don't know if you know. I think you could just stop the campaign whenever you want, Rob, and take the money.
Take the money.
If I'm not mistaken, because I've done it when we raised the money for the guy.
And what is the level of accountability for the money?
They don't give it. No, they don't. I don't think they give two shits. Once it's gone, Pat. All they worry about is the moment of transaction and give, send, go, or whatever gets the money percentage, and then it goes to the family.
Tom, you have thoughts on this?
Yeah, this is called due process, and everybody says I was denied due process. I was denied due process. Look, this was not the DA bringing it. This was the DA going to a grand jury, and there were eyewitnesses. But what there also was, they were at a track meet, and other people with camera phones taking pictures of their own children and things happening. And grand jury got a hold of the rest of that and saw him reach into the bag and do things. So the DA came back and said, I have a very strong case. And by the way, it's not just aggravated assault resulting in murder. No, it's not murder 2, getting angry and doing it. No, it's murder 1.
First degree.
And murder 1 is the highest, most difficult bar. Requires revenge, premeditation, and specific intent that is fully planned and contemplated. And so due process took place here, because the process normally is you have arrest, you have booking, you have the district attorney, or in this case, a grand jury make it down. But instead, we had a bunch of other steps inserted in there. This grandstanding is not part of due process. Spin by the media, that's not part of due process. Raising a legal defense fund. Now, this is legal. It is perfectly legal to go to Give, Send, or other places and raise a legal defense fund if you think someone has been wronged and you don't want them to use the public defender. You want to make sure they can hire other, assumably more competent people. But due process is flowing here. And the DA, I applaud him for being very measured and specific and then saying, you are innocent until proven guilty, and this is the charge that we believe we're going to prove. But the next step is court. So I think we all have to remember there's another victim here, right? The victim is Austin Metcalf and everything that's there. But the other victim is whatever happened to this young man who's going to be on the permanent, payroll of the U.S. government or the Texas correctional system to the tune of 45 to 50 grand a year for the rest of his life. And so you have to remember he's about to enter crime college. And so I just see a lot of victims here. And what happened to this young man that he got himself to the point that before he's ever really a full-blown 21-year-old, individual out in society, that he has the capacity to get to such a dark place and to go down and do this. And so that's what I think. But for everybody complaining about due process, it's here and it's running. Shut up.
Adam.
Yeah.
First he gets
justice
upset
was
at the
served.
lady, CSUN, and so go for it, Adam. Tom's got
sorry.
a temper today.
Can you hear me
Go
okay?
ahead, I'm listening to you. Go for it.
Sir, sorry.
Yeah.
So justice was served. What they tried to do, as Vinny pointed out, was try to make this into a race thing. They really tried to turn this into a race thing. PBD, on the podcast we did Tuesday, you talked about how everyone has bias.
Yep.
You're so right. All right, this person has bias. What side are they on?
Yep.
How do they develop
Yep.
their relationships? What issues do they process? Bias, bias, bias. There's people out there that genuinely saw a black kid versus a white kid, and they go, I got the black kid's back. Straight up. Doesn't matter that he murdered somebody. Doesn't matter that he just got convicted of first-degree murder. I'm on his team. I'm going to donate money. What? So he tried to raise, I think, over $1 million. They raised $500,000. There are people that were simply coming to his fence because he was black. There's no other reason. He just got convicted of first-degree murder. By the way, the same people could also be guilty on the other side. There's people, oh, he's white. We got to defend the white guy. Let justice persevere. They call it blind justice. Justice was served. This gentleman, this young kid, this 17-year-old, ruined his life. He took somebody's life. He ruined the life of the family. This kid had a twin brother, did he not, Austin Metcalf? Twin brother.
Yep.
What does that kid have to do?
Yep.
What does that kid have to do when he looks in the mirror every single day and sees his brother's face, his dead brother's face? So justice was served. We all have bias, and I think people should check their bias before they weigh in on situations. Am I biased on this because he's black or white or Christian or Jewish or Muslim? Probably yes. But thank God in the United States, we don't care about bias. We care about justice.
And just to clarify, there was a GoFundMe set up for Carmelo Anthony. It was taken down once it reached six figures. Estimated was about $160,000 before GoFundMe removed it because their policy bans fundraisers for violent crimes defense. And to answer your question, Pat, there is no automatic accountability for how the money is spent on Give, Send, Go. It's up to the fundraiser organizer to be transparent, but there's no built-in oversight. So as for the goal, you don't have to wait for it to hit the goal. You can access the cash whenever you want.
Makes sense.
And by the way, I appreciate Adam's point. I appreciate it, Adam. In the middle of your point, you may not have realized that you said convicted. He's actually been indicted, and the next step is the full trial.
Yeah. So, okay, thanks for that correction. We'll see what happened here. Next story I want to get into, folks. This is a story that may be a boring story, but it has to do with your money. You may want to pay attention to it because you have to understand them. So, U.S. liability insurance on verge of breakdown from tide of claims. Okay, from tide of claims that they're getting. Okay, and remember, all these people are in business to make money. You have a job. You don't do it for free. You work to make money so you can pay the bills. Companies build businesses to make money. And if they don't make money, they either go bankrupt, they sell to somebody else that has money, or they find a way to raise the prices, fire people, make some kind of adjustments, right? The U.S. casualty insurance market, which protects businesses against legal claims or employees, customers, or other harmed by operations or products, faces a potential breakdown with Everest Chief of Executive Jim Williamson warning it won't be a question of how much we're willing to pay. The cover won't be available. Prices rose 8% the first quarter, making 23 consecutive quarters of increases per March, despite insurance introducing exclusions for claims like data privacy violations and forever chemical pollutants. Williamson noted no one will offer it at any price, citing a surge in payouts driven by what he called fraud, legal systems, abuse, and runaway jury verdicts. Insurers are grappling with rising claims, promoting Everest to set aside $1.7 billion in reserves for losses and raise excess liability insurance rates by 20 to 25% annually, with Williamson stating that's an enormous inflationary factor for business. Tom, your thoughts on this?
Well, first of all, there's two problems here. The first problem here is it's not the runaway jury. The runaway jury is the end. Because that's a jury that's been selected of the people who are impaneled to listen to a case, and anybody who's registered to vote or have his driver's license and is a citizen can end up on a jury. That's a jury doing its job, and they call it runaway victims. The issue is the lawyers in that courtroom. And the lawyers in that courtroom, which they're referred to as white-collar ambulance chasers, who are bringing claims against companies just for the insurance. And Pat, what's very interesting, and we'll say here full disclosure, over the years, we've actually done business with Marsh. Marsh has provided insurance to some of the 9 companies that Pat has founded and led. And so what's interesting here, we've seen this firsthand, where them saying, hey guys, we're going to put the cyber insurance on a secondary policy. Remember that, Pat?
Yeah.
If you will accept to the following limits and protect yourself in the following ways. So we actually increased our own software and security so that we could get a better price, similar to if you show your car has an alarm system, you're a good driver, and you're in a locked garage, you can reduce the cost of your own car insurance because you're reducing the risk of loss. And so what's happening here is the U.S. liability insurance companies are blaming it all on the attorneys that are bringing these cases and things here. That's only part of it. The other part of it is greater education is needed with the companies that are insured. We went out and didn't just accept the bid. Pat always says, hey, get 3 bids for everything and don't let a single vendor do business with you year after year and maybe get too comfortable assuming that you're just going to say, yeah, just renew me. You go out and do it. And so companies need to go out and find out the things we could do because we reduce some of our rates through active examination of our own self to make ourselves more appealing to be assured. But this is bad. At the bottom line, this is bad because these companies are necessary to cover business, and it's a cost of doing business that if this cost keeps rising, it shows up in the cost of the product.
Yeah, it does. And I remember for us, when we would sell an insurance product of a company, and we loved it. We do such a good job selling a product, and all of a sudden they're like, nope, we're shutting down this product. Why? It's not profitable. What do you mean? We've sold thousands of this policy. I know, but it's not profitable. Remember the 35-year ROP that we have, return to premium, that our guys used to love to sell? I can give you so many different annuities.
Midwest carrier.
That's right. And all of a sudden, they would announce this. So this happens. And typically, the reason why this happens with insurance companies is because of abuse by customers or regulation because of states. So abuse by customers happens regularly. Abuse by states is what you notice happening with California, where they're forcing them to not raise certain prices.
And the FAIR Plan.
That's right. And the FAIR Plan and carriers are just saying, I'm out of here. Adam, your thoughts on this here, on this story?
Well, we've all been in the insurance business, Pat, Tom, myself. I don't know about Vinny, but I'm sure he got a discount double check from State Farm.
Yeah.
But we understand the basic premise of insurance. It's to protect your ass and your assets. So I apologize, but you know what always happens? Shit happens. You ever heard that phrase before? Why do you need insurance? Is because stuff is going to happen that you're not planning for. So everyone has a plan. You know that whole phrase? Everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face. Mike Tyson. Life is going to give you lemons, and you're not always going to be able to afford lemonade, is what they're basically saying. You know, I talk about the 6 principles of wealth and do these 6 things, and then you're going to be able to have financial freedom. Number 5 is insurance and protecting your ass and protecting your assets. We've seen Geico and all these companies try to leave California. Home ownership, home insurance, car insurance. We devalue things that we don't necessarily want or need until we actually need them. I can't understate the importance of insurance. And until it basically leaves your state, it becomes unaffordable, you can't have it anymore, you don't realize what you actually need is the protection that insurance offers. So this is just one more example of what's happening in the insurance markets.
Yeah. So listen, I was going to go to Vinny because Vinny had a very in-depth 20-page slide analysis.
But to be honest with you, Pat,
but
I
due
don't
to
want to
lack
bore
of
the hell
time,
out of everybody.
No, I don't want to do that. It's too
with my
technical.
chart. Look, I have charts.
I can't. It's
I got
too technical.
diagrams.
We don't want to do this.
Numbers. No, I don't want them.
With your permission, are you okay if we skip this?
Because my numbers scream, and Pat, they're like today. It's annoying.
I don't want to do that.
And we could get you a whiteboard and you can calculate the loss reserve for us.
I'll do that. I'll do that. I'll do it in a how-to after.
Maybe over lunch.
Let's go to this last story and we'll wrap up here. Rogan gives decisive take on MAGA civil war on Iran bombing. Let me go over here.
By the way, he only has 2 more months. If you listen to Chris Cuomo, he has 2 more months to being on top. And then let's see if Chris's prediction, Chris's prediction comes to pass.
Let me read this here. So, podcaster Joe Rogan supported Libertarian Congressman Thomas Massey's opposition to President Trump's involvement in Israel-Iran conflict, stating on the podcast, go ahead and play the clip. Go for it, right here.
I think the whole MAGA thing right now is very divided, particularly because one of the things that they voted for was no war. Well, now it seems like we're in a war, right? So, and it's quick. We're 6 months in, and that's already popped off. And then people are very concerned with now what happens to our troops overseas that are in these bases, that are in vulnerable positions. And
is that the clip?
That was it.
Okay. So, Vinny, your thoughts on this clip here by Rogan? Actually, no, Adam, I'm going to come to you first because this was your story.
Go to Vinny first because I'm having some mic issues.
Okay, Pat, let's just be honest. And how many times have I said this? I've been supportive of Trump since 2016. I was in Los Angeles where it was not only not cool, people were punching people in the head for wearing red hats that weren't even Make America Great Again. I was freaking, they tried to attack, but we were deeper and we know how to fight way better. I would get off stage at certain comedy clubs. I don't want to say the names, but if I said anything positive about Trump or anything, the owner, Tommy, would go out to me and be like, hey, you can't do this. And then I would have Persian, like I do like the Persian night at this place or Middle Eastern night. And there'd be guys up like, man, you in Trump, you can go to, and then it was funny once shit started going bad in California, he was like, you know what? F Biden, he would switch, and so everything switched. But just, and this is what I want people to realize. You can like Trump. You could like the policies, which I love a huge amount of policies. If there's certain things that you don't like, that's totally fine. You don't have to agree with everything. What's it? That blind loyalty, Pat. And I get where he's saying, I don't think it's that hardcore divided. People get disappointed because you want perfection. You want every single promise made. I personally, on top of everybody else, I want 0 ground troops. Everybody knows where I stand. I want 0 wars. But sometimes, guys, and it sucks to say it, what Adam says, shit happens. Okay? And I've gotten to the point, and I know people are going to talk shit. I'm not saying war. I still don't want no war. But we have to understand, when there's a freaking group of people, if somebody walked up to us right now, we're at this house, and somebody goes, yo, you know what? I'm going to kill everybody in this freaking house. Whenever I get a chance, whenever I get the guns, I'm going to come back here and kill everybody in this freaking house. I can't just go, okay, yo, peace out, dog. We'll see you. No. That is a threat to me, Tom. And guess what? I take threats like that serious. So I can understand where people right now are like, no. And I saw Candace's thing jumping out and now saying that I regret telling people to vote or I'm mad about the vote. So you just forget about everything else. You forget about the border. You forget about the fentanyl deaths that are, by the way, the border is shut down, okay? The economy is coming back. I know we have clips. We're probably not going to be able to get it. All the tariffs, everything is starting to come around. NATO, everybody's coming around. This one situation, which mind you, not one American soldier has touched ground. Yes, there was I'm going to say, let's say what, Tom, 6 to 8, maybe 10 people in the B-52 bombers going and then coming back. And again, I don't want any new wars. This is something that the president, which I trust his judgment, let him cook. Adam, we always say this, let him cook. I trust him. He's America first. He gives a shit about people. I love people are trying to throw that whole, the Epstein thing and, Elon said something, so that means he's on the Epstein list and that's why he's kissing Bibi's ass. No. Donald Trump, I don't give a shit what anybody says. Out of all of them is America first. Go back and look at the footage from the early 90s, late 80s. I love America. I love America. And all the talk shows that won't even let his ass come on right now. He's America first. And yet people are disappointed, but disappointment doesn't mean regret your freaking vote and jump ship. Stay the fucking course. Sorry for my language, Pat. And let him do his thing, bro. America is 1,000 times better than what it was the past 4 years with Joe Biden and the auto pen, all the shit that we found out that he wasn't even behind the wheel. So that's how I feel.
All right. Adam, thoughts? And by the way, is that the Rob? You pulled up that clip. Which clip is this?
This is Candace Owens saying she regrets having people vote for
Okay,
Trump.
go for it. Play the clip.
Are you done with Donald Trump, or could you see a way that you would end up perhaps voting for him? Oh, yeah, you can't run again, obviously, but would you support him publicly again?
So I want to be clear. I don't regret voting for Donald Trump above Kamala. I think he was the better candidate, certainly a better candidate above Joe Biden. But what I will say is that he's been a chronic disappointment. And I feel embarrassed that I told people to go vote for him because this wasn't going to happen and it is happening. But I just think that the picture of
Okay, Adam, your thoughts about what Rogan said and then what Candace said.
Well, yeah, I wonder if Candace is going to take back her wrong words on that. I think she should, because she's abandoning Trump. Nobody voted for you, Candace. Everyone voted for Trump. So the what's getting lost in translation here with Trump, Trump's not a pacifist. Trump's not a pussy. Trump recognizes a threat and will eliminate them. Wasn't Trump that took out General Soleimani? We talked about that the other day. Where was the foreign entanglements when he did that? Wasn't Trump the president who took out ISIS that Obama let occur in the Middle East and said it was a JV team? Wasn't it Trump that took out ISIS? Where were you on that? I think one thing's abundantly freaking clear. Tucker, Candace, Dave Smith, all the neo non-interventionalists these days. Trump is not George W. Bush. He's not going to get us in endless wars. He's not going to continue the foreign entanglements. So when Trump promises no new wars, that doesn't mean he's not a pussy and that he's not going to fire a bullet or take out nuclear weaponry if it needs to be done. He's demonstrated the ability to act targeted and strategic and take out enemies and move the hell on. We're not putting ground troops in Iran. That was never a thing. This outrage, oh my God, it's World War III. You need to get all your kids out of the, you need to de-enlist from the army. Stop it. You're selling fear porn to the American public that, by the way, if you look at any freaking poll, is overwhelmingly in favor of making sure that Iran does not get nuclear weapons. So Trump is not a pacifist. He'll do what needs to get done. He's running the show. No one else is. Tucker, Candace, Dave Smith. Trump's the man. And for all the people that voted for him, stick with your guy. I'm sticking with him.
Thoughts, Tom?
So,
by the way, Candace, last thing. Candace, just let me say one thing. I feel bad for her. I'm sorry. But she was just recently diagnosed with a severe condition. I feel for her. It's called IDS, Israel Derangement Syndrome.
You're funny.
And it's lethal. It's deadly. Trump talked about this. Trump Derangement Syndrome. You know, first it takes over the mind and then it comes for the body. And I wish her well. I hope that she can take some aspirin and get out of this. But right now, all she's doing is blaming everything on Israel, and it's very unattractive.
Tom.
Well, I didn't hear that part in this particular clip, and I'll just respond to this. She's saying, I don't regret voting for Trump. He was the better candidate over all of that, Biden and Kamala Harris. And then she says, I personally feel embarrassed that I encourage people to vote. And that's where I see kind of the chasm here. And if I was sitting here having a cup of coffee with her, I'd say, Candace, you say you don't regret voting, but you regret getting other people to vote. Well, if those other people didn't vote, we don't get the outcome. Something else would have happened. Don't you see that? Now, I know you can say, now you feel like you're taking criticism because, oh, all these things are happening, Candace, and you told us to vote for them. Well, what's the alternative? And I think Candace needs to get back to that. What would have the alternative been? So I don't agree with this. You know, I'm not going to go heavy on the criticism, but I don't agree with the angle here. I'm not embarrassed that I convinced, a particular member of my family to vote for Trump. I'm not embarrassed at all because I'm sticking with the, and I know this is like an MBA thing, trust the process because things are happening. And we started this podcast talking about how things are coming together. Things are starting to coalesce. Yeah. And so it's like, and now let's look at it 60 days from now. And then let's look at it 60 days after then. And let's see what's happening. And in the middle of the fog of war right now, Kristi Noem made a comment about an agreement and things that are very economically beneficial we just did with Costa Rica. So behind the fog of it all, there's a lot of things going on. And so I'm not embarrassed that I encourage a particular member to vote it.
It's okay. I don't think you should be embarrassed. It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay for all of us. But here's what I would say, Adam. What are you laughing at?
It's not your fault.
You know what I look at when I'm looking at you.
I'm going to give you permission to say it's okay to vote for Trump.
First of all,
I've been encouraging you to vote for Trump for 8 years, Tom.
You have to. I love how you made sure Tom's statue was in the podcast. I
love
with you
that
because that's all I'm looking at when I look.
I'm right up there.
There's
He's
Tom
right
next to Rocky.
But let me tell you guys about what Rogan
should
said
be.
to Bernie, and then what Candace said with Piers. Here's a couple things to keep in mind when it comes down to Candace. I don't know if Candace has to be worried about supporting Trump because I don't know if Candace really fully drove people to go vote for Trump. If I go back and recall, Candace wasn't fully all in supportive gung-ho beginning to the end. That did not happen. It wasn't a fully aggressive, hey, you know what I'm saying?
Not at all.
I don't think she did that. Nope. I don't think she was. So she doesn't need to worry about that because she wasn't supportive and she didn't really push people. Yes, when we did our election night and she was there and people were there and then she posted a tweet, I think, that said, hey, congratulations, Trump won. Once it was over with, yes, she was very much in a celebratory mood and it was optimism, excitement, herself. Dave Smith was there and we had, Alex Jones, Cenk Uygur, Dominic Tarczynski. We had a lot of people there that day. I think we even had Cuomo, Brian Callen, Cuomo, a lot of people. Tom did a phenomenal job.
Mike Chandler.
Tommy did a phenomenal job that night. But going back to that with Candace.
Well, thank you for investing in that.
Yeah, I don't think I see Candace as she was like someone that did, and then now it's a disappointment, right? Dave Smith at the Libertarian Conference, Trump was there. He brought Trump up. There was some booze, and then when Trump started saying stuff about getting rid of, Gensler, and then everybody started screaming, and then he said it again. Yeah. That was a turn when things turned around. So, Dave Smith, yes, supported a little bit more than Candace did publicly, in my opinion, and I haven't watched all of them. There may be clips where it's full-on Candace saying 100% Trump vote, all this stuff. But let's go back to what Rogan said. I don't have any problem with it. I don't have any problem with it. I think Thomas Massie has a different position than the president. He's not supportive of the big, beautiful bill. Thomas Massie is not for what AIPAC does. Thomas Massie is not a friend of AIPAC, nor supportive of what AIPAC does. And Thomas Massie has the right to deliver his message and give his insight of what he believes is happening. And then this leads to what? Here's what this leads to, Vinny, Tom, Adam. All of this leads to everyone's number one issue. Okay? Some people's number one issue is what? Economy. That's most people. Some people's number one issue was what?
Immigration.
The border. No problem. Some people's number one issue was Israel. Yep. Okay? In 2028, we're going to find out how much Americans' number one issue is what your number one issue is. I'd love to see Thomas Massie run. I'd love to see Candace run. I'd love to see JD run, Rubio run. I'd love to see Vivek back at it run. I'd love to see a lot of people run. And I'd love to see all these issues getting filtered out and see what happens. Make sense? And then you're going to sit there and say, whoa, I thought it was 50% of people supporting that issue. It's really only 13%. It's not that big because we can post. The best way to test this, folks, it's such a weird dynamic. I can post the same thing on X and get 70% of people that'll hate the same post, and I can post it on Instagram and 80% supports it. It's like you're in two different countries, okay? And America is not all on X. We all think that everybody on X is what determines what America is. It's not true. The climate on YouTube is different than the climate on LinkedIn, is different than the climate on Facebook, is different than the climate on TikTok, is different than the climate on all these different places. You may post that same thing on X and miserably lose if you post it on LinkedIn. And on LinkedIn, they're like, no, I'm actually not with it because LinkedIn voters are more what? They're more logical business. They're like, no, and I guess who you're going to need? The job creators to support your positions. You're going to need the job creators to say, yeah, this is right. You know, the investment and all this other stuff, that's true. And the job creators are going to be like, nah, I don't know if I'm with it. So I actually don't have any problem with everything that's taking place. I think it's good to have the debate, the discourse. But at the end of the day, within time, people realize who was right, who was not, who took the right position. In 2016, I can think about a lot of influencers that went hardcore against Trump, and they lost 7 years. They literally lost 7 years and had to recover from it 7 years later. I think that's going to happen in this next cycle as well, the next 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 years, to see where and what market, like what communities does the audience watch and say, this person or that person seems to be the most willing to entertain opposing ideas, and they have the ability to reason, and they have certain biases, which is fine, and they're willing to present their argument. And this is where I lean with them. I disagree with them here, but I agree with them here, but I think they're fair here. I think that's what the next phase is. This is the same reason why the Austin Metcalf and the Carmelo Anthony thing that they try to turn into the next, what do you call it, Jussie Smollett, or the next, next black-white division. It didn't work because Americans are like, you've done this so many times, we're done with this. Same thing's going to happen in 2028, and I think Rogan is still going to be number one. I think this whole thing about what Cuomo's worried about,
I do too, because Chris is
Rogan is still got an audience that's very
mistaken.
different than everybody else's. Adam, I want to go to the signatures before I wrap up. So that's the only thing I want to go to before I wrap up. Rob, what page is that one on? Can you tell me what page? Actually, you know what? Do I want to go to signatures or teachers union? Vinny, do you have a lot of stuff on the signature stuff?
I don't have a lot. I mean, I could just very briefly just say what
Rob,
it is.
where's that signatures article?
That is page 10 in the Joe Biden auto pen section.
All right, let's go to the Joe Biden auto pen section. Where's that at page 10? I don't see the Joe Biden auto. Oh, there it is. Okay. So ex-Biden aide, Neera Tanden, tells Oversight Committee she was authorized to use auto pen. Whoa. Little weird. Rob, do you have the clip of this?
Yes, this is her outside of the testimony yesterday where she is asked if she helped in the cover-up of Joe Biden's cognitive decline.
Shoot.
Whoa.
Go for it.
A brief comment. Thank you. I just spoke with the House Oversight Committee, Majority and Minority Council. I answered every question, was pleased to discuss my public service, and it was a thorough process, and I'm glad I answered every question.
Huh,
Is there an effort to disguise President Biden's condition?
Absolutely not.
Look at her walk away. Look at that.
What did he ask?
Were you helpful in the cover-up of Joe Biden's cognitive condition? And she said, absolutely not, and then just walks right
How, okay, you want to talk about body language? Do you see that? For sure. By the way, so she testified that for 20 months, guys, think about this. And who knows, this is just one instant. From October 2021 to May 2000.
Who basically couldn't show up to a debate performance. And Trump goes, I don't even know what the hell this guy thinks he's talking about. I don't know if he knows what he's talking about. I don't. Or was it somebody else? Because either way you slice it, it's a messed up situation.
Your children are his children.
Wow, so pleasant.
Yes, we do. We do.
Maybe it's an applause break.
We do. CTU thinks all children belong to it, and there's socialist conspiracy ideology. Unionist.
Oh, wow. Gates criticized Trump's dismantling the Department of Education, implying that it attacks the civil rights movement while Chicago public schools struggles with the 2024 district reporting showing. Ready for this? Fewer than 1 in 3 elementary students reading at grade level and just 18% testing proficient in math. CTU's actions keep schools remote for the entire 2020-2021 school year.
Hello, everyone. Hi. All right, another week has begun. I have been talking a lot about Xi Jinping and CCP politics lately. Honestly, I'm getting a little tired of it. I thought you are too. So today, let's shift gears and take a hard look at what life is really like in China right now. Let me say this, it's bleak. From crumbling infrastructure to massive unemployment and growing protests, life is hard. So tonight we'll look at what I call brick and mortar disasters, and then pay cuts and joblessness. And we'll talk about two booming businesses serving the unemployed and the very poor. You wouldn't see anything like that anywhere else but China. And then last but not least, we'll talk about massive protests. All right, first things first, brick and mortar disaster. Actually, you know what? I have a video I want to play. Where is the video? Okay, maybe here a little bit. Not now. Wait a minute. Okay. The video will come. It's unbelievable. I mean, when I saw that video today, I told Chris, let's play that. All right. The root of today's crisis lies in China's communist economic model. It's a model built entirely around supply side growth with no consideration for demand. So what does that mean? Well, it means local officials focus on one thing only, and that's production. Not whether something is useful, not whether it's profitable, just what it gets built. So factories, doesn't matter if they lose money or make money. Infrastructure, doesn't matter if they're needed. As long as the output shows up in GDP, that's all they care about. And for decades, this was China's way to chase growth. But now that model is crashing, and I mean literally. So on the night of June 23rd, actually it happened, actually it may be the early morning of the June 24th, disaster struck in Xiangrong Expressway in Guizhou province. A massive overpass suddenly split in half. Support pillars twisted, collapsed, and the bridge broke into a deep 100-meter drop. A loaded freight truck was left hanging in midair. The driver was trapped inside for hours, screaming for help. And because the mountain, it was probably in a remote area, but there was no cell phone reception. Multiple cars fell into the ravine, and casualties are feared. So let me play you this video. It's less than a minute, so you understand what this is all about. Where did it go? Oh, here we go. And say, stop. Truck, please stop. No signal. We don't have signals either. You're lucky. You have to wait for the rescue. There are two little cars down there. Stop. Okay, so basically, the driver who is trapped, I mean, he's really lucky. If his truck has moved another foot forward, I mean, he may fell into that the ravine. But anyways, that was I saw. Eventually, the driver was rescued. They got him out of the truck. But this was there were cars that fell into the valley. But what's making everything worse is that there was a once in a 30-year flooding that hit the area at the same time. And this isn't an isolated case. Just last year, in 2024 alone, at least 3 deadly highway collapses occurred in China. So in July, there was a Danning Expressway in Shanxi, causing at least 62 people dead or injured. And now these are official numbers, so the reality could be worse. And then in August, in Sansui County in Guizhou, a downtown bridge collapsed. And then in May, there was it's called Meizhou Expressway in Guangdong collapsed, at least 52 dead and 30 injured. So these aren't random freak accidents. They are the direct result of 4 decades of reckless pursuit of GDP growth. So infrastructure projects are subcontracted down in layers, with each layer cutting corners to save costs. Materials are cheap. I should say were. They were subcontracted down, right? And materials were cheap, deadlines were rushed, and oversight was non-existent. And local governments ignored it, leaving oftentimes flimsy and weak structures standing. Now, what made it even worse is the real estate bubble. When it bust, construction firms became financially insolvent. They ran out of cash. And so safety has collapsed with it. Now, Chinese people were very proud of their accomplishment in building infrastructure. But now this infrastructure has become a public safety nightmare. Roads, bridges, or even subways have all potentially become safety hazard. And this is the result of a failed economic system, a broken government, and deep systemic corruption. But that's still not the worst nightmare for people. I saw a Chinese saying that the real time bomb is in the housing market. People think China's real estate problem isn't the falling prices. It's the real threat is poor building quality. Officially, residential buildings in China are designed to last 50 years, but in reality, they don't make it more than 25 to 30 years. So let's compare. In the United Kingdom, the average lifespan of buildings is 132 years. And in the US, average lifespan is 74 years. In China, supposedly, people say it's 25 and 30 years. But I think the buildings built in the last 10 years or last 8 years don't even last that long. Now, China has been building the world's biggest, China is the world's biggest builder, putting up 2 billion square meters of new construction every year. That's 40% of the world's cement and steel. But they're building junk. And you see it everywhere. Now you see, people reporting on social media, concrete falling apart, steel bars bent and rusted. And we've even seen windows and doors flying off in strong wind. And load-bearing pillars missing or misaligned. So some buildings are so bad that they're already being called scrap piles. So like I said, I think buildings built after 2016 are generally worse. Why? Well, that's because when 2016 was the starting point when China's economy started to feel the stress. It became, China's economy started to go downturn. And developers started to experience financial stress. They were still hiding it, but that's when the problems started to show up. So they started to cut corners. Now, So not only the highways and bridges are dangerous, people's homes aren't safe either. And in a country where owning a home is everything, that's devastating. Now let's talk about pay cuts and pretend jobs. In recent months, salary cuts have swept through government offices and state-owned enterprises across China. Even big-name sectors like the financial firms, and even telecom aren't spared. According to Caixin, a Chinese financial media outlet, 27 state-owned financial giants, including China Development Bank and CICC, which is China International Capital Corporation, have introduced new salary cap rules. And government in some of the country's richest regions, like Beijing, Shanghai, and Zhejiang, have even set up a new agency called the Office of Pay Cuts. It sounds wasteful. Why do you need to set up a new office to cut costs? But seriously, it's a real thing in China. The government have set up the Office of Pay Cuts to pay cuts, to cut pays. So they cut people's pay across the board, including hospital staff, police officers, teachers, and SOEs. I mean, people working for SOEs. And the average cut, it's about 30%. In some places, it's as high as 50%. So with shrinking paychecks, people are spending less, and that has triggered a brutal price war. Small business owners are slashing prices just to survive. But this isn't a healthy competition. And the price war has resulted in mutual destruction because more businesses have gone bankrupt. And to make things even worse, the central government just issued a new rule, that basically said that government workers aren't allowed to eat out, not even on their own dime. If 3 officials or more dine together at a restaurant, that's considered a violation. And on the surface, the idea is to make sure that the government officials live an austere life. But in reality, I think Zhou Nanhai is afraid that officials get together to form small circles. Drinking is also banned. So according to Chinese media reports on June 17th, following the announcement of the new ban, 7 major liquor stocks in China dropped by more than 10%. And many people are now worried about the impact on China's food and beverage industry because of this rule. And I mean, the industry was already or is already sluggish after the pandemic. And this new rule will further devastate the restaurant industry, which has always been relying on these regular high-income government employees, right? So one Chinese economist sum it up like this. He said, the government has no money to pay its people, and the people have no reason to spend. So we're watching the whole system tighten from the top down. And one of China's biggest lifestyle platforms is called 58.com. Yeah, it's number 58, 58.com. The company just laid off up to 30% of its workforce, and that's nearly 10,000 jobs. And this isn't their first round. They cut over 30% of their workforce in 2023. And the cut was up to 50% in some departments. So they cut that much in 2023, and they now cut another 30%. Now, ironically, 58.com is a platform for people to find homes, jobs, and household help. So if they are struggling, it tells you everything about China's collapsing job and housing markets. Let me talk about the rise of pretend work. With so many people out of a job, a strange new business is booming. Fake offices for unemployed workers, are showing up. Yes, you heard that right. Laid off people who don't want their families to know they're unemployed are now renting a desk in these fake offices. They show up at 9, leave at 5, pretending they're still working. And the spaces charge 30 to 50 yuan a day, and that's $4 to $7 a day, and provide Wi-Fi, snacks, and some they even offer like lunch at an additional cost. So what started as co-working spaces is now a psychological crutch for unemployed people. They're too ashamed to admit the truth, so they fake it. And it's mostly white-collar professional people who hold professional jobs. And some guys, and it's mostly men. I mean, Chinese men are under so much pressure to make money, and so it's hard for them to tell their wives that they don't have a job, because some women would just leave them, would just abandon them. So they're scared. They don't want to tell them. So some men still hand their wives fake salary money at the end of the month, but it was money that they borrowed on credit cards. I don't know what these people are thinking. I mean, they can't hide this forever. So, I mean, if you think about it, this is not even healthy to pretend. I mean, when you don't have a job and you pretend you have one, and then you borrow money to give the money to your wife, and what are you going to do in the end? And the Workers' Daily, it's a newspaper, state-owned newspaper, reported that one unemployed man, I mean, he was unemployed, and he realized that there's a need for this kind of space. So he spent tens of thousands of dollars. It was hundreds of thousands yuan, but I converted it to like it's tens of thousands of dollars, and converted the space into a pretend working office. So his setup includes 30 desks, meeting rooms, snack bars, and even live stream studios. And daily access costs is $7. Yeah. So I crunched the numbers. If fully occupied, he could put in around $4,000 a month by doing nothing. I mean, just rent it out. You know, all he has to do is sit there and rent it out to people. If you think about it, $4,000 a month, and with an investment of, let's say, $50,000, that's actually a pretty lucrative business. Still, but not everyone can afford it, of course. You know, when you're unemployed, the last thing you want to do is spend money, right? To some people, even 30 yuan a day feels like a lot. But interestingly, this business is doing pretty well. I mean, it's a booming business. Think about it. This fake office is a booming business in China. And if you think about it, only in China could a business catering to unemployed people become profitable. But when society starts making money off the jobless ones, something is wrong, and it's seriously wrong. Okay, so that's just one business, and there's another one. I mean, there are actually two more. The other is called full-time grandchild or grandkid. It's getting popular. So when youth unemployment became sky high, many young people are returning home to care for their grandparents. For some family, this arrangement works pretty well. So there was one example. One grandfather offered his grandson this deal. He said, "Take care of me, help me live longer. That's better than any job you'll find." He gets a pension of 10,000 yuan a month, and he keeps 3,000 and gives his grandson 7,000. And that's a very generous offer, because he doesn't have anything. You know, he doesn't need to spend money. People who make that kind of pension usually work for the government, so they have their medical insurance, so that's all covered. So they really the only money they need is just food. Even if he gives the kid a couple of thousand and offer free food and room, and these people all have their own home, they own their home already. So if he offered the kids not 7,000, a couple of thousand, and then free food and free room, that's better than the jobs that they can find. There was a post went viral showing a job in Guangzhou. It was a 6,500 yuan a month working for a dessert factory. They make sweets. But you have to work 14 hours a day from 1 p.m. to 3 a.m. in the morning. And you make 6,500 yuan a month. But if you live and eat at the factory, if you live in their dorm, you work 16 hours a day from 11 a.m. to 3 a.m. And then you don't get weekend. You work 7 days a week and get 2 days off in a month. Think about it. That's slavery. So that's why taking care of your grandpa and grandma became an ideal job. It may be unconventional, but it's the best thing young people can do right now. Some higher ranking government officials make like even 20,000 yuan a month. Their pension is in the tens of thousands of yuan. So keeping grandpa healthy and long living is a tremendous financial reward to some young people, right? So it's a very good business. So I've seen stories where like there's such a retired official who have a couple of kids and grandkids, and they live in a economically distraught area, and the younger generations couldn't find good job, so they just all work together. They devote their time to take care of this grandpa, who's I think in his 90s, just to make sure he lives. Just to make sure he lives forever, so that they have this income, they have this pension. But not everyone is so lucky. In cities like Shanghai and Shenzhen, some people are ending up on the streets. Under highway overpasses at night, you can now see men, women, young people, and elderly sleeping on sidewalks. And YouTube channels like China Observer and China Insights have shown this type of heartbreaking reality a lot in their videos. I have people, asking me if those are real. They are real. And they're not the worst. There are worse scenario. This week, the internet blew up with a new phrase called human feed. Yes, human feed, like animal feed, but for people. These are meal replacement drinks that cost about 30 yuan a day and promise to keep you full for 4 to 6 hours. And they take only 3 minutes to drink per meal. Just gulp it down. And it all started with a programmer who didn't have time to eat lunch. And so he created this liquid food. But now it's being used out of poverty. And for some people, it's all about convenience. So in China right now, there are millions, if not tens of millions, who rely on odd jobs or side jobs like delivery, food delivery, or like Uber, right? Driving Uber cars or timeshare cars. So these people have no time, no energy, and no money to take a break, sit down, and eat a real meal. So what they do is they drink this, what you call, a nutritional sludge, I guess, to save time and to save money. And one food delivery worker shared this comment, and he said, after running food orders all day, I collapsed onto my mattress at the end of the day. I took a bite of this human feed and it hit me. My life is finished. It's quite bleak. Think about it. A man who has been delivering food orders for people all day long could only end up eating human feed, this drink. It's dehumanizing, and it says more than words ever could. But just like the pretend offices, the human feed business is booming. In 2024, sales soared past 23 billion yuan, which is about $3 billion. And it's said that investments are pouring in, and some companies are already planning to go public. Industry insiders expect it to grow into a market worth hundreds of billions of yuan. Like I said before, when businesses that cater to the desperate and unemployed are thriving, something is deeply wrong. So here's where we have government workers are taking pay cuts, private businesses are closing, restaurants are closing, bridges are collapsing, yet homes are still unaffordable. People are faking jobs just to save face. And the Chinese, who are the ones most attached to food. I think the Chinese people, the entire country, I think China is the country that's most attached to food. There's no other country that's as attached to food as China is. So the Chinese, who are most attached to food, have given up the joy of food to go for human feed. It isn't just economic slowdown. It's a social breakdown, in my opinion. So now let's talk about the protests that's erupting across China. This past week, a wave of protests broke out across China. And according to Radio Free Asia, at least 21 protests occurred in just 4 days. And what do people protest about? Well, unpaid wages is the number one. And there's forced evictions, land seizures, school district disputes, reduced Medicare or reduced Social Security benefits. So these expressions of grassroots anger and despair are spreading across social media and independent platforms. They're exposing deep and growing fractures in Chinese society. So based on protest data collected by several social media accounts on X, this latest wave of unrest began around June 16th. And they have been reported in over a dozen provinces and cities, including Guangdong, Fujian, Hunan, Shandong, Shanxi, Shanxi, Hebei, Jiangsu, Guizhou, Qinghai, Gansu, Hubei, Beijing, and Shanghai. So they include some of the wealthiest cities and provinces in China, like Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangdong, and Jiangsu, and also some poor areas like Gansu and Qinghai. So it's all over. And a review of the events show a concentration in wage arrears or owed wages, pay and benefits cuts, and most importantly, suppression of petitioners. A lot of these people are angry because they've been petitioning the government to address their grievances, sometimes for months and for years. But instead of helping them resolving the issues or the disputes, the local police, suppress them. So, so people get together in larger groups, and there are larger protests. On June 23rd, a lawyer surnamed Liu from Guangdong, who asked to remain anonymous, told Radio Free Asia, he said, it's extremely rare to see more than 20 group protests in just 4 days. The stream of events revealed how rapidly the economy is deteriorating. Migrant workers are being exploited, wages and welfare squeezed, and the pressure on working people is now unbearable. So let me just give you some examples. So from June 17th to 19th, hundreds of female workers at a luggage company called Xiangxin Luggage Company in Fujian. This is a Hong Kong invested firm with over 30 years of history. The female workers there launched a strike after going 10 months without pay. And videos circulating online show them shouting slogans and marching to the local government office to demand intervention. Under pressure, the company finally agreed to pay 1 month wages. They haven't been paid for 10 months, and the company just gave them 1 month pay. Similar wage protests have erupted in multiple locations, including China Merchants Shipyard in Qingdao, Shandong, and new logistics parks in Xixian, Shanxi. And there's a hotel in Hunan that has also been protested. It's Xinli Hotel. And China Railway, an SOE, is also actually China Railway. I just read today that most of China's municipal subways are losing money. Even the most successful ones, like the ones in Shenzhen, which used to be profitable, is also losing money. So railways, subway systems, municipal subways are losing money, and some are not paying their employees. So China Railway in Shandong is also being protested by its employees. And there's a Silk Road warehouse in Shanxi is another one. The Blue Ocean Hotel in Dongying, Shandong. So these are just some local businesses where their employees are protesting for lack of pay. Now, according to an NGO worker in Shenzhen, Mr. Wang, I think this is his pseudonym, he said, since early June, wage-related protests have broken out in places like Dongguan, Zhongshan, and Foshan, all very affluent area in Guangdong. He said, in one case, a labor agency withheld nearly half of workers' pay. At a plastic factory called Jinghui, workers protested for the wages they're owed for a long time, but the government simply ignored them. And then in a hospital in Shanxi called Weinan Second Hospital, medical staff protested as well. And they said, the hospital hasn't paid us in 3 months. So this post, their post quickly went viral because people are shocked to find out that medical staff are not being paid. And so this kind of protests are breaking out. Now, it hasn't, most of these protests have not been successful. What people have found to be successful is when they post their videos online. So they have been resorting to social media platforms to let their stories be heard. So in Shanghai, for example, people are demanding insurance benefits for migrant workers, but they are beaten by security guards. And in Hangzhou, over 100 police confiscated a vendor's barbecue cart. And in Beijing, plainclothes police tried to stop these petitioners. So it was a chilling sight in capital city. So they're all over China, in China's largest cities. And in one of the most heartbreaking story was in Jiangsu. A high school student died by suicide after being verbally abused by a teacher. When the family protested, police made arrests, and no local officials ever responded. So these are all kinds of social injustice that people are protesting.
Walmart is helping you spend more time lakeside at the cottage this summer. Get $10 off your first 4 online pickup or delivery orders. That's $40 in savings. Just use promo code SUMMER40. Restrictions may apply. Visit walmart.ca for details.
En 2001, Payworks a connu ses débuts grâce à une poignée de gens et une idée géniale. Aujourd'hui, nous sommes les plus importants fournisseurs de services de paie de propriété canadienne. Pourquoi? Parce que chez Payworks, on ne fait pas que des affaires au Canada. C'est aussi chez nous.
One former journalist told Radio Free Asia, these people already tried legal help and got ignored. Protests are their last resort. So, if you have 21 protests in 4 days, that's not a coincidence. It's a sign of a deep, or I should say, deep cracks in the system. As the economy sinks, the legal system fails, and free speech suppressed. Several shocking videos. There was several shocking videos that went viral in China. It actually showed China's riot police training themselves against threats that look like migrant workers. So in one clip, it was training, so it was all police, but the police dressed up as an unarmed man in a hard hat until a SWAT officer released a dog which attacked him. So, I I saw that video. It's very scary. I mean, the police basically are preparing themselves against bare hand angry workers or ordinary people. So that video sparked outrage online because when people realize that the police are being trained to be ready to take them on as the enemy, people are not happy, and something is seriously wrong. So the reality of China on the ground is very bleak. China's economic downturn is no longer just a number. It's crashing down in concrete, collapsing wages and the silent despair of everyday people. And the signs are everywhere. And the protests that are erupting are not just over money. I think it's over a system that's broken. It's over broken trust. And it's over the sheer difficulty of living. So that's where China is. I think it's difficult to talk about China's economy with quantitative analysis because the numbers no longer make any sense. But hopefully I have present you a collage of Chinese society, right? By piece together a real image or the collage of real images of China, we can understand the life there. It's not looking good. All right. That's all. Let's see. Let's see what people have for me. All right. What do people... Okay, let me first thank the people who gave me the super stickers. If there's any. Let me see. All right, let's see. Any questions? No questions. Yeah, I just saw that video. That video where the truck driver, where that truck hung out, outside the cliff or the broken bridge. I mean, that's scary. And the man who took the video basically was trying to stop the cars coming from behind that truck. Jane Smith, Lei, I'm so happy to finally catch one of your videos live. I've been watching for over a year, but usually about a week later. Why do U.S. news media refuse to cover China news and it's so important? Well, it's because the CCP has successfully infiltrated mainstream American media. They have employed a lot of, they have connections with the CCP. Some of them have employed the children and grandchildren of CCP officials, So these people will do their work in the best interest of, the Chinese government, not American readers like you and me. It's very sad. And of them, I think the New York Times is the worst, because the chief editor the chief editor of the New York Times has lived in China for a long time. He married a Chinese. He was close with the former CCP leader Jiang Zemin, and he when Jiang passed away, I think he wrote his obituary for him, and he never wrote anyone's the obituary for any dignitaries who passed away. So the New York Times is especially close with the CCP. I mean, they're all pretty bad, but that one is really bad. And some people found that some of their journalists and their parents actually are, work in the United Front system. So, what can you say? I mean, what can you expect them to tell you about China, right? I have a theory. Any news outlets or any news outlet that has an operation in China, their coverage of China cannot be objective. It's absolutely subject to the influence of the CCP. Otherwise, they wouldn't be allowed in China. Only the people who do not have any presence in China can be openly critical of the CCP. So, I mean, it's very easy. If the news outlet, like the New York Times, Bloomberg is another one, they'll have, I think Reuters do too. The BBC does too. So if all of them have a presence, have an office in China, how can they objectively report China news? So the ones that are being persecuted, that are not in China, have the freedom to speak up. Right? So, and there aren't that many. So that's what I always say, the Epoch Times, when it comes to China news, the Epoch Times is the authority because there are some of their, they started as a Chinese language media. So that's their specialty. And their earliest journalists were locked up, were imprisoned in China. So when it comes to China news, I do trust the Epoch Times. And they are not in China. Anyone who worked for them in China face serious threat. And yet their newspaper, the New York edition of the Epoch Times, the Chinese Epoch Times, is read by the Politburo member. He has lost full control of the regime. That's a certain. There's no doubt about that. Now, as far as how they're negotiating and fighting with each other for the transition, it sounds like it's up in the air. It sounds like it's up in the air, and it sounds like the party elders are lenient to Xi Jinping because they don't want to rock the boat and get it sink. But Zhang Youxia is not, because he understands the risks. Like I said in my program last week, he could lose his life if he loses this battle with Xi Jinping, right? Because to him it's a life and death, because he is the one who dethroned Xi. He is the one who pulled Xi Jinping down from, or he is the one who forced Xi Jinping to lose power over the military. So to him, it's life and death. He cannot afford to lose control. So he is fighting with the party elders over what will happen in terms of the next step. So it's all over. I mean, they're just, it's wild. That's what I think I should just wait a little bit. All right. Okay, so question from James Johnson. Even though Li Qiang is a Xi supporter, is the fact he's leading the Davos conference contingent, again, a sign of Xi's weakness? I don't think Li Qiang has much of a future. I mean, he's just Li Qiang and then like Wang Huning and like Cai Qi, all these diehard Xi Jinping loyalists are just running, they just go with the flow. They're running, as long as Xi Jinping is still the head of the nominal leader of China, then all these people, all his followers will fulfill their function as is, right? So there's no indication. And also these people will not have a future. Will not have a political future because they don't have a base. I mean, the only reason Li Qiang got the job of a premier is because of Xi Jinping. You know, his background, his experience is weak. I mean, compared with, the other contenders like Hu Chunhua and Wang Yang. So not only in terms of experience, he's weak, but also if you look at the political backing he can get is also weak. Who's going to back him? Right? And I mean, Zhang Youxia is not going to back him. back him up. So I do not think Li Qiang has a future at all. I mean, he's just, I mean, it will be, he will just let the current leadership run through its course and finish his career as soon as Xi Jinping steps down, and that's the end of his career. So maybe he will go retire. Anyways, let's see. All right, let me see. Here's a question from Ray Talaward. A property management company has had the court freeze all the bank accounts of the people in a large apartment complex to get their fees. Wow. Yeah. If that's the case, that's another layer of misery that the Chinese people are subject to. All right, someone say, entire massive malls locked, empty, not a single store open. Yes, I've seen videos like that. Yep, there are a lot of videos like that. Someone said, well, Xi Jinping still exists, just in Singapore videos. I think here's the struggle, you know. I think a lot of the red princelings do not want to, they understand the risk. If they take Xi Jinping down, if they reprimand him, you know, the regime could collapse. Just for example, the death of Li Keqiang. Will they investigate the death of Li Keqiang or not? If they do, well, what if they found out that Xi Jinping is responsible for, and not only him, you know, there's a whole cast of characters that are basically criminals, right? What would that happen to China? I think if the death of Li Keqiang is exposed, the regime will not continue. It will collapse because the crime is too grave to justify the existence of this regime. I mean, it will expose how dirty CCP politics can be, how deadly and dirty it is, and there's no way the people will allow it to continue. They will find out that their country is basically being run by a whole group of criminals, and so how could this regime last? Now, on the other hand, if they cover up the death of Li Keqiang, some people will not allow it. If you cannot even bring justice to one of you, then what kind of a regime is this? Then what's the point of keeping it? So there, you know, the CCP has committed too much evil, and so the party elders, the red princelings, are stuck. There's no way out. If they want to protect the CCP, they will all go down with Xi Jinping and with the regime. Mark my words, the only CCP leader or the only Chinese leader who will succeed or who will be successful in leading China in the next phase will be the one who's not afraid to end the regime. Whoever has the guts to do that will be the one. Anyone who has the slightest idea of trying to save the regime will go down with it. Mark my words. And so we'll see. We'll see what happens. Because this regime is insalvageable. You know, just like the Li Keqiang's murder. I mean, Li Keqiang's death, what are you going to do? Right? So they're stuck. And they all also understand this. That's why they need time. That's why they couldn't agree with each other. That's why, you know, it has been going on for so long. All right, and another YouTube channel, CCP falling apart before our eyes. I cannot agree more. Thank you. All right, Victor Mann. How do people pay their bills? No pay for 10 months? They use savings. The Chinese people save their money. Or they could borrow from family and friends, or they could borrow from their credit cards. Yeah. A lot of Chinese are owed money from their employers. 10 months are probably the extreme, but 3 months, a lot of them are owed, a couple of months back pay. And then you can't even quit, because if you quit, you can't find a job. In this job market, if you quit, then you lost everything. And then the bosses know this, and that's why, because the job market is so bad, the employers dare to withhold people's pay, because they know people are not going to quit. Because if they quit, they give up all the money, all the back pay. They have no chance of getting the back pay, and then they can't even find a job. At least now they have a job and a chance, and a slim chance of getting their back pay. So that's why people are working without being paid. It's very difficult for Americans to understand that, or even people living in the West to understand that. And they do whatever they can. Borrow money. And then, of course, their employers will give them a false hope of, well, we will pay you. We just have to go through this difficult time together. Trust us, we will pay you. But with your support, the company will survive this financial storm. And it's all because of the tariff war, or the Americans. They will blame an external player, and then give people the hope that if we go through this together, maybe in a year, things will be better, or in 3 months, things will be better. And the Chinese believe that, because they don't have access to the internet without censorship. So they are forced to believe whatever the government and their superiors tell them. And that's why bringing down the information firewall is so important. Once the Chinese can access the internet freely, then this will not happen. Then protests will erupt all over China overnight, because people will know what's really happening. Because you don't know what you don't know. So whatever people tell you, whatever the superior tell you, you believe them, and you have no other choice. That's how bad that is. Okay, here's a question from Jane Smith. I'm so happy to finally, I already read this. Well, thank you, Jane. Welcome. All right, let's see. Here's someone wrote me a Chinese note. Okay, let me just say, those Chinese who live outside China, are they really Chinese? Well, we're ethnic Chinese. We love China. We care about the Chinese people. It doesn't matter if we are or we're not Chinese. Of course, I hold an American passport. That doesn't change. It doesn't matter. Some of my American friends care about China more than I do. Do we have to be Chinese to care for the Chinese? So your question is non-relevant here. And then you said that our source of information about China, is it reliable? Well, it's definitely more reliable than state media in China. It's definitely more reliable than People's Daily and then what CCP media. So that's my answer. If you are a Chinese living in China, you have underestimated the compassion that people outside China have for the Chinese living in China. You don't understand. The CCP propaganda has taught you that the rest of the world hates China. That's not the case. It's precisely because people all over the world really care about the suffering of the Chinese people under the CCP that we're doing what we do. And I understand it's very difficult for you to understand that because of censorship and because you live in China. But I could tell you, people living outside China, not just the Chinese, Americans, Australians, all over, Canadians, they really care about the Chinese people, but not so much the communist regime. You will understand one day, if not today. All right. Okay, all right. I'm just going to scroll this down. Oh, here's a question from Glenn Human. I loved it when the Chinese government said they were limiting Hollywood movies. And as an American moviegoer, you're welcome, Chinese people. Oh, that's not addressed to me. All right, here's a question forwarded by Chris from Ray Talaward. Will all the banks collapse? Apparently, many have only 3% of the deposits of customers. Well, in a state economy like China, if the government decides not to allow the banks collapse, I mean, they can do that, right? Because the banks are all controlled by the central government. So, I mean, they can limit the amount of cash customers take out from the bank. I mean, they could do so many things that other banks in the U.S. cannot do. They can just shut down the bank and not allow, because everyone does electronic banking. It's easier for them to do that because they could just say, "Oh, apps is not available. You want to transfer some money out?" They'll tell you, our system is down for the next couple of hours. Please come back tomorrow. They would do all kinds of tricks to prevent you from taking money or spent money. What can you do in that scenario? Right? All right. That seems to be all. And I will end it here. Someone said I need to talk about the spicy crabs. What is it? What is the spicy crab? I have not heard about it. Is that a jargon for something or euphemism for something? I don't know. Okay, someone, Roman Luna asked me, how likely is the US, specifically Donald Trump, is aware that Xi Jinping no longer leads China? That Trump casually might post about it on Truth Social if he thinks he needs to do so. I think all governments are aware that Xi Jinping is no longer in power. They're just not saying it. I think the Russians know, I think the Americans know, the Europeans know, they all know. I think they all know. Their intelligence must have already gathered this information. It's out in the daylight. Everyone can see it. So I think they all know. They pretend Xi Jinping is still the one, but they all know. And I think our mainstream media also know. They're just not telling us. The average consumers are the last ones. The public is the last ones to be made aware of. All right, so that's all tonight, and I will end it here. Oh, here's a super sticker from Brian Cobb. How will China's economic crisis end? Will Chinese government default on its debt? I think the CCP, I think the regime will collapse before its banking system, before it defaults on its debt. Because technically the government can always print more money or to take out, the CCP has been taking out long-term debts to pay back some of its short-term debts, right? So they could push the debts out further. Like they could take out, I don't know, a 70-year debt or 50-year debt. They could push it out. So as long as the regime is in control, they could do a number of things to push out this debt crisis. And they could also do so many things to prevent the banks from collapsing. So I think those problems will not show up before the regime collapses. I think the regime is going to go first. But of course, it will go as a result of the economic hardship that people suffer. Because when you don't allow people to take money from your bank, when the employers don't pay people, people are going to go protest and they're going to go uprising. So that crisis is more serious. Social instability is more serious than a banking crisis, because technically the government can always hold the banks and keep them there, but they can't hold the people, right? The people will go protest when they don't have money, when they can't make a living, when they go hungry, and so we're at that breaking point. All right. Thank you, T. There's a T. All right. That's all. That's all for tonight. Okay, I thank you very much, and I'll see you in a few days. Bye.
So what are the key points of these new tax bills that President Tinubu signed into law today? Well, there are 4 of them: the Nigeria Tax Bill, the Nigeria Tax Administration Bill, the Nigeria Revenue Service Establishment Bill, and the Joint Revenue Board Establishment Bill. Out of the 4, the one that will affect the average Nigerian more is the Nigeria Tax Bill. One of its central provisions is that people who don't earn up to ₦1 million a year will no longer pay income tax. Before now, people who earned as little as 300,000 naira a year used to pay up to 7% income tax. The other notable provision is that small businesses whose gross turnover is not up to 50 million naira a year will not pay company income tax. Corporate income tax is now set at 30%, and value-added tax, or VAT, is now 7.5%. There'll be no VAT on essential items like food, education, and healthcare. VAT is also exempted from things like rent and public transport.
Hey Pro Painters. With Behr, you're getting paint, stains, and primers at everyday low prices. Plus, same day or next day job site delivery. That's how pros do more only at the Home Depot.
Visit homedepot.ca/BehrPro and save today. Delivery fees may apply, subject to terms and conditions.
What you have provided is leadership and courage in the face of mounting dispute. Nowhere in the world that tax reform will be any easy.
It's President Tinubu there. Well, for more on this, I'm joined now in the studio by the chairman of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms, Taiwo Oyedele. Thank you very much indeed for coming in.
Thank you, Charles. It's a pleasure to be in your program.
I have to say that congratulations are in order.
Yes.
And you've still got all your hair on your head. I mean,
that's film trick.
After what an extraordinary journey it's been.
It's been.
But just boil things down for us in terms of the key highlights of this new tax act. And top of the list would be the fact that it eliminates so many small overlapping taxes, eliminates duplication, and merges all these into a single, easier to understand code. And that is expected to make doing business easier, isn't it?
Absolutely. So thank you very much. I think a good starting point would be to say, where were we coming from? We had a regime. You've seen had now, even though this new law has not taken effect, it will take effect from January. This system we have, you can summarize it as the tax tail wagging the business dog and progress dog.
I like that.
It was so bad that we're taxing investment, we're taxing capital of businesses, we're taxing poverty. Poorest people that should be receiving subsidy from government were made to pay taxes. And we had a system where things were so opaque and convoluted that if you had access, you can do so much business and not pay taxes. And I'm a honest Nigerian, maybe not as rich as you. I don't have access,
Well,
and I pay a lot of taxes.
Please don't come to me with your tax people. Let me let you know ahead of time
that's
now.
inequity.
Right.
So, and then we have small businesses that are overburdened even disproportionately than large firms, just trying to survive. And everywhere they turn is one tax or levy. Was completely impossible. So that system was not sustainable and it wouldn't take Nigeria anywhere. So the need for the reform, and this should have been done, to be honest, like 30 years ago. So there was, and that's why I'll give the credit to the president again and again. This is a real demonstration of political will, courage, and character. Because this thing got so heated at some point, and people were calling him all manners of names, we were blaming him. And some of the things we were blaming the man for, he didn't even know we put them in those bills. Because, of course, we can't sit with the president. You know, each time we try to give him an update, it's maybe 30 minutes, 25 minutes. He can't go through 400 pages.
Absolutely.
And he took all of that. There was not a moment that he blamed us for anything. So these bills, the tax, it's no longer a bill, the Nigerian Tax Act in particular, what we did was to repeal so many laws, including those that are older than Nigeria's independence, like the stamp duty laws. And then we said to ourselves, some of them are no longer even relevant. We got rid of them completely. Some are partly okay. We took the parts that are okay. And then there were new ones. And then we put all those together in one code, Nigeria Tax Act. The overriding principle is fair taxation. And fair taxation means don't tax poverty.
Right.
Fair taxation means you shouldn't come in the way of progress. Allow businesses to invest, let them make prosperity and then share in their prosperity. Don't tax them ahead of time and increase their cost of doing business, increase their risk. So overall, this is a new day for Nigeria. I can't wait for the implementation to start, because once the implementation starts, people will see the impact immediately. It's not like first subsidy where they say, let's make the sacrifice and then we're hoping we'll see the benefit.
Right.
This benefit is going to be instant for majority of the Nigerian people.
Yeah, the difference, of course, is that a lot of people would say is that many people weren't paying taxes anyway. Particularly a lot of people so-called poor people. I mean, they got their money in ad hoc ways, and you were never ever going to be able to get your hands on that money in any case. So it's only the ones who have sort of measurable, identifiable incomes that you can. This thing applies to.
Great question, Charles. You're right, because if I wasn't paying taxes before, and you now exempt me from tax, you haven't really done anything to me,
Absolutely.
right? Like, I don't feel anything. So you're right to that extent. You're right that there is a large majority of Nigerians, poor and rich, middle class, who are not paying taxes. And for the poor people that will now exempt from tax, they will feel no impact. But people that are paying before will feel it. There's a second dimension to it. There is the taxes that people pay, mostly illegal taxes. Everybody pays that, either directly or indirectly. When they're bringing yams from the north and they're taking it to the south, we spoke to those guys. They spend between 500 to 700,000, sometimes more than 50 stops.
Just on the route.
Yeah, when yam gets to Lagos, the poor man can't afford it. That's taxes you're paying indirectly.
Yeah.
We also have implicit taxes where you have to do what government should be doing for you. Everybody is having to incur that. So the idea is, in the immediate term, the people who have been paying taxes will see a relief. And in the medium to long term, whether you were paying taxes before or not, you see a big relief in the overall cost and burden of tax that you bear.
Right. And in terms of who will be most affected, I mean, you said it's going to be low-income earners and small businesses. They will benefit the most. But high earners will feel the pinch, will they?
Not exactly. It's right that the low-income earners are small businesses.
Right.
So low-income earners, over 30% of the bottom of the society, private and public sector, will no longer pay personal income taxes. For small businesses, more than 90% of them will no longer pay income tax. They will not pay VAT. They don't need to charge. They will not deduct withholding tax. They won't pay PAYE on the employees. Big relief for them. Just let them grow, and then they can start paying taxes. They'll see the biggest positive impact. Now, for the middle class, they also see a decline in their tax burdens. Businesses will see a drop in their tax burden. The rich people will see a slight increase in their taxes.
Well, thank God I'm not rich.
You're one of them.
No, I'm not.
I'm almost certain.
Thank God I'm not rich.
But the reason also is because we need to balance the books as much as possible.
Right.
This does not completely balance it, but it would be irresponsible for us to just give away everything to everybody, including the rich. We're going to come back to another problem of having to print money to spend.
Right.
Now, but there's also the other dimension to even the rich people. There's something in it for them. Number one, these rich people tend to be the one that own businesses.
Right.
So if I have a business and you give me tax exemption, you reduce my rate, maybe benefits is 5 million, you ask me to pay 2 million personal income tax. Overall, I'm actually better off.
Yeah.
If they invest in the capital market, the threshold for not paying taxes is about 150 million. So we've been very intentional. You buy a house, on buying houses, no VAT. In a nutshell, there is something in this bill for everyone, more for the low income and small business owners than the rest, but everybody benefits.
Right. And I want to say I appreciate you for speaking in very sort of layman's terms without complicated, because as I'm sure you know, not only do most people dislike taxes, they also find any discussion of it totally dull and boring and completely above their heads. So this was your chance to change this perception and to make it sound a little more sexy, if I might say that. And it actually is coming across rather well.
Thank you for the feedback.
So we appreciate that very much. So by how much is this new and improved tax system expected to grow relative to the economy?
Thank you. So today, the Nigerian economy, it's in the region of maybe 270 to 300 trillion naira, and not big enough. But when it comes to the tax yield, it's even very embarrassing. Until last year, we're doing under 10%. South Africa doing 26%. Some more developed countries doing 30, 34, 40, like France. So the yield has been so small. And when we did our analysis, what we found was the tax gap, the difference between what we are collecting and what we could be collecting is as high as 70%. Now, that gives you two major challenges. On one hand, it means you're not collecting the revenue you should be collecting. On the other hand, it means you are rewarding the people who are evading taxes because some are paying.
Right.
So we needed to fix that. And therefore, in the design of the tax bills, now tax laws, what we have put there are measures to make it more difficult, more costly for you to evade taxes, and a lot easier for you to do the right thing.
Right.
So with that, without raising taxes on people, we think that we can close that gap by more than half and therefore double Nigeria's tax revenue. This is the reason why we're so comfortable and confident that we can raise Nigeria's tax to GDP ratio from under 10% to a minimum of 18% within 3 years. Just 1 year gone, and we've seen the progress already. But I know this does not complete the story. People will say, after collecting the revenue, so what?
Right.
So our reforms also address the application of tax revenue and other revenues of government, including enhancing transparency and accountability, almost like a reset of the social contract. So Nigeria can work for Nigerians.
Yeah, that's the fact that you mentioned social contract is actually very interesting, because a lot of people think of they bring up the issue of dysfunctionality of government and how you ensure that the government isn't dysfunctional when it comes to picking up, actually collecting the tax revenues and what they do with it. And it raises that question of the social contract when it comes to tax laws.
Yeah, so you're right. We think at the heart of the social contract is the tax system. because it's how you truly demonstrate that you belong to a society. You part with your resources with expectations of government providing certain things for you.
Right.
Now, society begins to break down when either you don't pay your taxes or you pay your taxes and the application is nothing to do with your livelihood, well-being, but to take care of some, politicians. So that problem is a big one that we need to address in Nigeria. Addressing it will take time because what we found out was the level of trust is so low, even among governments. And you cannot enact trust into law. We can't say, Mr. President has signed today, from now on, Nigerians must trust their government.
Right.
It has to be earned.
Absolutely.
The process of earning it, intentionally for us, was co-creating the solution that became law today. We had over 100 members in my committee at some point from all walks of life. We were very inclusive, people with disability, young Nigerians in the diaspora. So we've now created all of this. Maybe the controversy was also very useful because more people paid attention to us and were able to clarify those issues. Now we're here. Going forward is to constantly remind ourselves about the social contract. In fact, in my committee, we came up with a concept that is bigger than the social contract. We call it the socio-economic contract or covenant, in the sense that government must design their policies, including fiscal and tax, such that they do not distort economic activities, because taxes are the consequences of economic activities. And when you do collect those taxes, remember, it's a means to an end, not an end in itself. You collect it because you want to take care of the people. This was the reason why we convinced ourselves that it doesn't make sense to tax poverty. You should actually be taking care of those people. You fail to do that, then the worst thing you can do to them is them to pay money. They cannot give you what they don't have. So this is a bigger conversation than the tax bills.
Right.
We think that part of that will go right into the Constitution itself. It will go into our budgeting system. It will go into our accountability framework, audit and control. And even the Nigerian people must pay more attention and ask more questions. What these new laws will do is make more information available.
Right.
But if we're not looking at those things, nothing will change.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Just stay with us, because I've just been given something that I'm told came from the presidency. I'll read it to you in full. It says, President Bola Tinubu has signed into law, which we said at the beginning of the program, he has signed into law the 4 new tax bills recently passed by the National Assembly, describing the new laws as pivotal to the success of the administration's reforms and the country's prosperity. The bills are the Nigeria Tax Bill, which aims to consolidate Nigeria's fragmented tax laws into a harmonized statute, the Nigeria Tax Administration Bill, which will establish a uniform legal and operational framework for tax administration across federal, state, and local governments. And the others are the Nigeria Revenue Service Bill, which repeals the current Federal Inland Revenue Service Act and creates a more autonomous and performance-driven national revenue agency, the Nigeria Revenue Service. And then the Joint Revenue Board Bill, which provides for a formal governance structure to facilitate cooperation between revenue authorities at all levels of government. At the signing ceremony at the State House, President Tinubu said that the occasion presented a new lease of life to every Nigerian and future generations. Mr. Tinubu commended the leadership and members of the National Assembly for passing the bills despite initial misunderstandings. So that's the knob of it. And I think that actually rather properly encapsulates what all these bills that you've consolidated into a tax act now, what they're all about. But let me ask you this, because one of the issues I think that came up with the governors was the issue of VAT, for instance. And one of the issues was obviously the sharing formula.
Yeah.
I mean, how is it now going to be shared?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. So, so many of our stakeholders, including governors, didn't fully understand how VAT was being shared currently. And therefore, they didn't realize that there was a problem with the sharing formula, in the sense that it was skewed against any state that didn't have headquarter companies or companies located in their states. The biggest beneficiary of the current system happens to be Lagos, for the mere fact that most companies in Nigeria are headquartered in Lagos, the big ones. So we thought that wasn't fair because VAT is a consumption tax, and we should give you credit for what is consumed within your territory, regardless of where that remittance is made, because companies tend to remit taxes based on their head office where they have the finance function. That was thoroughly misunderstood. So when we started explaining, we realized that there was the trust deficit, such that whatever we're saying, people were not listening. So that took a while. So we had to take a step back and engage one-on-one. We also use people they trust that are knowledgeable. We explained to them. If they understood, they could explain to them. So overall, that worked out. And eventually, we got the governors in the room. And in fact, they finished that meeting using the word, we strongly support the reforms. We were very excited. That was the turning point for us. Once the governor said it was okay to go ahead, the whole thing just, I'll say, the level of controversy went down to like 10% of what it was. And from that point onward to where we are today. So we're grateful to them. That has been resolved. Now, to your question about how is it shared now, what we had identified was the fact that we were not paying sufficient attention or giving sufficient credit to where consumption was taking place for a tax that is a consumption tax. We wanted to fix that. So we said, let's give 60%. That was what we thought was ideal. In fact, some of us said, why don't you just make like 80, 90? We didn't know. We were looking for trouble. So based on what the governors asked us to do, we reduced that from 60 to 30%. And then equality is 50% and population is the balance of 20%. So it is progress from where we used to be, but not quite where we would like to be. But we also accept that, progress is gradual. Maybe it shouldn't be expected that everything will turn.
Yes. You don't wave a magic wand and everything happens.
I don't think it happens anywhere in the world like that. So it's progress.
Yeah, but in terms of the sharing formula, the share that belongs to the state government. The sharing formula, that's based on equity, derivation, and consumption.
Yeah, so within, there's the vertical and horizontal, which is when you collect the VAT, the federal government should take, they used to take 15, we reduced that to 10.
Right.
One thing I also need to commend the president for, he just agreed. Like, this is a lot of money that the federal government is ceding to the subnational. So he agreed. And then their portion as a state government increased from 50 to 55. And then local government 35. Now, with that, the portion belonging to the states and the portion belonging to the local government, we need to share it amongst them. So that sharing amongst them is what we use equality, population, and derivation as the basis. And the formula we ended up with eventually, based on the advice, I should say instructions of the governors, 30% for derivation, 50% equality, and 20% population. And I think it's progress, so we'll get there.
But of course, it's one thing to come up with new tax laws, quite another to enforce them. How do you intend to do that in a country where many people are off the radar and operate within the informal economy?
Yes, interestingly, there's this narrative about informal sector is where your money is. When we did our analysis, it was not supported by data. What we got from our data is that only 3%, the top 3% of the informal sector can truly pay taxes. So what we have done now is, why worry about the 97%? The bulk of the guys in the black economy are just hustling, trying to survive. We shouldn't be chasing them for taxes. What we should do is to try and collect data from them. In these new tax laws, we've designed a system that makes it attractive for you to want to register. When you register, you get more benefit than if you don't register. So what that process will do for us is it will help us formalize a lot of informal sector.
Right.
Primary objective is not to collect taxes. No. It's to help them do some record keeping organization so they can scale and grow. As they grow into the tax nets. And in a way, I think this is fantastic because you're just driving the economy with a long-term focus, not what you collect today. Because if you insist on collecting the maximum amount of taxes today, you'll be taxing the seed, not the fruits.
That's very interesting. And what about the big elephant in the room in Nigeria, corruption, overzealous sort of tax collectors, could that undermine all your good intentions?
Yes. We had that as part of design. We see corruption from the tax officers' side. We're not saying all of them are corrupt. A good number are. We see corruption from taxpayer side. Most of them are corrupt. And then the tax agent, the professionals in the middle, many of them sell tax evasion for a living. And I'm not exaggerating anything. They sell to company A and move to company B.
Yes.
So what we've done is to design the process such that that will no longer be easy, and over time it will no longer be possible. So as a tax agent, now you'll be registered, you'll be given a number, everything you do on the system is tracked. You must meet two conditions. Number one, technical competence. You have to understand the returns you want to file on my behalf. Number two, commitment to ethics. You can't see 10,000 turnover and say it's 8,000, right? You're going to be de-accredited and there'll be consequences. That's number one. On the tax officer side, we're saying you shouldn't be applying discretions. So in places where we had discretion, maybe we've reduced by 95%. Let things be clear and limit human interaction. Imagine you can do all your tax affairs without knowing where the tax office is. Nobody's going to ask you for a bribe. And then from the taxpayer side, those companies and businesses, what we've done is, if you do any evasion, it will become very expensive. For example, if you import stuff and you refuse to pay the right amount of import duties, you cannot claim a deduction for that item for corporate tax purposes.
Right.
So when you sit down and do your maths, it will just make sense that you should pay the right amount of tax.
Right.
So we've done a structural reform of something that is systemic. It won't be a function of who is head of FRS or who is president. The system will just work. That's exactly what we've done. It will not eliminate corruption 100%, but it will reduce it drastically.
Well, I'm glad you've taken the time to come and explain all this
Thank
to
you.
us. Let's see how all of it manifests in practice going forward. But you certainly got a great grasp of the theory. But I mean, I would hope you would, because you're the chairman of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Oyedele.
Thank you for having me.
So another step in the building of a phalanx of political resistance to President Tinubu and the ruling APC ahead of 2027, as the opposition prepares to shoot the gun out of the hand of a bad man, as one of them put it, with the launch of a new political party, the All Democratic Alliance, or ADA. So the political war has started, and it is a battle with some of President Tinubu's former supporters, as well as the bulk of the opposition ahead of 2027. But this political conflict, it's fair to say, is taking place in a world in which the main opposition parties remain in flux, with the crisis in the PDP and Labour exposing just how potentially vulnerable the collective opposition could be. Nevertheless, in spite of a cascade of defections to the APC, the opposition insists that the clock is ticking down ominously and that the APC is on a perilous path. For its part, the APC says that it is the opposition that is clearly and evidently on a perilous path. What a politically delicious mashup it all promises to be, eh? Meanwhile, prominent opposition politicians such as Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi, and Nasir El-Rufai have kept Nigerians guessing as they watch and wait, or perhaps lurk. Well, for more on this, I'm joined now in the studio by a man who looms very large indeed on the Nigerian political landscape, the former governor of Kaduna State, Nasir El-Rufai. Thank you very much indeed for coming in.
Thank you, Charles, for having me.
Lovely to see you again.
Good to see you again.
And you are obviously the person everybody wants to talk to. But let me talk generally first of all, before I come to you in particular, because we've heard different scenarios now about what political vehicle the opposition coalition will use to challenge and attempt to face down President Tinubu in 2027. One was to use existing parties such as the SDP that you're now a part of, or the ADC, or to register a completely new party, which they are now trying to do. Which in that chain of possibility is the most plausible?
Well, look, Charles, you don't go to war with only one plan. So very early in our discussions, the leaders of the coalition took the decision that we'll not only look for existing platforms and identify one that is suitable for all of us to go under one roof, but we'll also explore the possibility of registering a brand new party. Many of the leaders believe that registering a brand new party is the least risky of the propositions. Because
do you believe that?
I think so. I think a brand new party doesn't have any legacy problems or any viruses injected, because what the government, the ruling party and the government have been doing is to create problems in the opposition parties by recruiting and financing viruses to multiply. This is what is happening in the Labour Party, the PDP, and even the NNPP. So many of the leaders expressed concern that perhaps the best way to avoid this, you are dealing with a mischievous government and party that is totally immoral. They will do anything to eliminate all opposition, is to register a brand new party. And the Constitution and the Electoral Acts are very, very clear about the qualifications for registering a new party. Many of us do not believe that under the current leadership of INEC, a new party will be registered, because Dr. Mahmoud Yakubu is not Jega, and President Tinubu is not Jonathan. Okay, those were the people in charge when the APC was registered, and many were pessimistic about the prospects of registering a new party. But we said, let's try it anyway. Let's show. Right. Let's show that, INEC is not independent. Right. Let's show that this government is interfering to ensure there is no opposition.
But
so we're pursuing both paths. Right. And if both become available, then the leadership will then sit down and consult and take their views to the plenary, and a decision will be taken.
Right, but some would argue that that's not an entirely fair assessment to INEC, because INEC, from what I understand, has many new applications for parties.
They have over 100 applications.
That are ahead of the ADA.
Yeah.
So it might take a very long time for INEC to get to the ADA, and it might look a bit partial if the Commission skipped the other ones in favor of registering the ADA right away.
Look, it is not a queuing system. The way these things should work is that any party that is registered will get assigned a set of officers. The requirements in the Constitution that have been repeatedly upheld in the Supreme Court are very simple. They are very easy to meet. So, you don't need the entire INEC to queue 100 applications and say, oh, we'll finish A before we come to Z. You assign teams, and look, we've project managed things like that. You can do this in no time if you want to do it. Of course, they will give those excuses, but we don't believe it. We don't believe that. And when the timelines in the Electoral Act and the Constitution are very clear, there are a number of days that INEC must respond and say, this is the defect in your application. Otherwise, the Constitution says, you are deemed to have been registered. So INEC is treading on a very narrow path here. It has an opportunity to show its independence, and it should prove its skeptics wrong. But there are opposing views. But the coalition decided that will be pursued, and that's why you saw the application.
Right.
And in that
so it's
the
a collective decision.
it was a collective decision.
Right, because what we are hearing is, I mean, to the public, it looks like there are sort of divisions within this opposition coalition about what the best way forward is, that these are not, I mean, you know, because you're not talking about parties coming together like we saw.
It's not a merger.
You're talking about sort of...
We're looking for one platform to all go into.
Right.
No. A decision was taken, okay, to set up committees to engage with existing platforms, as well as another committee to get all the efforts. Already in the coalition, there are about 3 groups that have made attempts to register their own party, okay? So we said, look, come together, harmonize, and come up with one name, one party, one logo, one constitution, and they came at the last meeting. We were briefed on the name and the symbol and so on, and that team was given the go-ahead to proceed with the registration. Some leaders in the coalition prefer a new party, as I said, while some feel that, you know, we should just go into an existing party and start organizing, because the main battle begins when we have a platform.
Sure.
This is all
that
preliminaries.
implies that your presence in the SDP is very temporary then. I mean, that you're going to leave the SDP, assuming the ADA gets registered.
When I joined the SDP, I made it clear in my statement that even though I'm in the SDP, just like every other, I mean, Atiku Abubakar is still in the PDP. Peter Obi has not officially led Labour Party. But we all agreed that if we have consensus on a platform, we are going to give up our own legacy parties and focus on that platform. We are still not there yet. The leadership will receive a report on the engagement with the SDP as well as the other party, and then a decision will be taken. I strongly believe that the SDP is the best platform for the coalition. It has a history, it has a legacy, it has a sentimental value, and everything about it is almost perfect. The name, the logo, everything. It has a history, and I'm advocating for that amongst my colleagues. But it will be a collective decision.
Right. And if that collective decision is made, you will be happy to leave the SDP and join the ADA.
I will do whatever I can to ensure that we unite under one platform.
Right. So whatever happens, just to be clear, whatever happens with your considerable political firepower, and let's be honest, you have quite a bit of it, the impetus for you will lie with whatever party the collective consensus decides is going to be the vehicle.
Yes. I believe in that very strongly. I believe that the unity... look, Nigerians are tired of the APC. We know that. We have polled that. There is 91% disapproval of this administration across the country. 91% disapproval. It's the worst in Nigeria's history. But Nigerians are looking for a credible option.
Yeah, but
they want to see people coming together, putting aside their differences and ambitions, and giving them an alternative to this failure of a government.
But that's the key thing. Can you put aside your personal ambitions?
You've got
yourself, you've got Atiku Abubakar, you've got Peter Obi, you've got Rotimi Amechi, you have so many big political, wigs with huge, ambitions.
Big names does not equate ambitions, okay? You've mentioned my name. I have no ambition. Okay, I just feel that having contributed to bringing about this tragedy to Nigeria by contributing to the emergence of Bola Tinubu as president, I should contribute in my last lap, okay, because I'm 65, I should be retiring. In my last lap, let me contribute towards removing this evil that I believe will destroy Nigeria if left unchecked.
Right, but the problem, of course, is that the PDP, Labour, the SDP, in their own right as already functioning political parties that make up part of the opposition, are not officially part of this new party.
No.
The ADA.
No.
And is there likely to be rivalry between them, or at the very least a rather complicated relationship? Because for you to really pose a challenge to President Tinubu, you need to be united.
Yes. But you see, the mistake that most people make is that they think that what we are trying to do is similar to what we did in 2013 with the APC. It is not. Parties are not involved in this discussion. Okay? The opposition groups are led by individuals. Okay? Vice President Atiku Abubakar has a group of people from PDP, some are not, some are even from APC. There is a group led by the trio of Rauf Aregbesola, Emeka Nwajuba, and Abubakar Malemi, former Buhari ministers. And this group has membership across all parties. Peter Obi has his group from Labour Party as well as the PDP and so on. But it is the leaders of these groups that are in the discussion. We are not bringing parties together. We are not engaged in a merger. I am part of the leadership, but I'm not there representing SDP. I'm there as an individual with some political weight, no matter how small, in my state or in the Northwest. Okay, so this is how all the groups, how the coalition is formed. It has nothing to do with parties, but we all agreed that if we're able to come to a consensus about a political party to go into, we will leave our parties and join with all our followers. That is the understanding.
Sure, of course, the political party consensus is the first step, isn't it? The second step is who's going to actually be the presidential candidate of the party.
First you need a party. Every party has its constitution and rules. It is the rules of the party that will determine how the primaries will be carried out, how the congresses will be carried out, that will lead to the emergence of party leadership as well as candidates for the election. That is a second or third step. We are not even talking about that. This is why I feel quite empowered and encouraged by the attitude of the leadership, because nobody is talking about his aspiration.
But they're all checking each other out.
Well, I'm sure they would. I mean, we are politicians. We are students of power. So yes, they will do that. But nobody is talking about, I want to be the president, or leave this for me, and so on. Everybody is saying we have a problem. This country is targeted for destruction by a collection of urban bandits. Let's come together, send them back home, and put this country back on track. Well, it is about fixing the country. Nobody is talking about his ambition. And that has been very good so far, and I'm encouraged.
Right. Well, I'm going to come back to that issue in a moment of you. In other words, I'm going to try and get your current argument against the Tinubu administration and your former party, the APC. But I'll ask you a question that has been going around in media circles and which my colleagues on the morning show posed earlier today. And that is why it is that whenever a southerner is there, that's when this issue of coalition comes up. When President Jonathan was in office, that was when coalition came up with the APC, and now Tinubu is in office and it's come up again. What are your thoughts on that?
I never thought about that. I don't care about that. The reason why the Jonathan coalition came up was as a result of two developments. First, the feeling that Jonathan was not governing the country very well. Okay. Second, Jonathan made a commitment not to run in 2015. So he had problems even within his own party. The third, okay, was simply we realized, those of us in small parties, opposition parties at the time, CPC, ANPP, ACN, we realized that unless we came together, okay, step by step, election cycle after election cycle, the PDP will be destroying us in bits and pieces. So it was an act of self-preservation in the first instance for the political parties. That's why three major political parties decided we must come together. Okay, The second, of course, was the feeling that, Jonathan was doing a bad job, let's get him out. I don't think it has anything to do with North or South.
But you supported President Buhari in 2019.
Yes.
And for many people, he simply didn't deliver.
Yes.
I mean, you supported Tinubu in 2023, and
Yes.
now you're saying he's not delivering.
Yes.
So how can we trust that the person you supported in 2027 can deliver?
You don't have to. Don't trust what I say. It looks like I'm not very good at picking successful presidents, so don't trust me if I say vote for Charles Aniagolu. Look at your situation, look at yourself, and ask yourself whether the person that I'm campaigning for or the person that I'm supporting to be president will be better than what you have now. Life, human affairs, life is all about relativity. You have to ask yourself, will this man do a better job? When we supported Bola Ahmed Tinubu for president, we were under the mistaken impression that he will be better.
I was going to ask you about that, because I wanted to get into why you supported him so totally, because I remember interviewing you during that period. I mean, there was, many people would say that there was never anything about him that really inspired people to believe that he could really change this country dramatically. He didn't take part in any debates that brought some new insight. He wasn't particularly charismatic, and many people didn't see anything in his DNA that made him particularly stand out. Was there something about him that you detected that separated him from the pack as far as you were concerned and made you support him so totally in 2023?
Okay, so let me respond to that in two steps, okay? Because, it's very easy for non-politicians to analyze this thing as one continuing narrative. But actually, the way the thought process works is this, okay? And this is how it worked in 2022. For us, as northern APC governors, the first concern we had was after 8 years of Buhari, power should go to the south. We believe that there was such an understanding in our party. We were part of the formation of the party. And we felt that that was an honorable thing that must be upheld. So that was the first step. So we didn't start by saying we want A or B to be president. We just said, look, power should go to the south. That was the first step. The second step is, now that power has gone to the south, who do we support that we think will have a chance of winning? Okay? Because you want your party to win. You want to be the party in power. And lots of calculations went into that, and Bola Tinubu became the beneficiary of that. But we didn't start with supporting a candidate. No. And I want to say that it was the support of the governors of the Northwest, Northeast, and North Central that was decisive in deciding the outcome of the primaries as well as the election. Of course, Bola Tinubu's puppeteers are now denying that. They are saying all kinds of things, and they will learn their lesson in 2027, okay? But this is how it started. Now, for me personally, because you asked me, Bola Tinubu was never someone I was close to, even in the party, because in the party I was a Buhari boy. Bola has his boys, Buhari had his boys. We are Buharists. No apologies. So Bola Tinubu never really liked me. We never really got along. The person that I got along with was Baba Akande, and I was his deputy national secretary. We were among the first leaders of the party. As far as I was concerned, once Bola Tinubu got the ticket of the party, it was my duty as a party man to do my best to deliver him in Kaduna, and wherever I see that there is a potential problem that I can solve to ensure his election, I would do that. Is he perfect? No. Some people said Bola Tinubu is not his name. Nobody knows his birth date for sure. Nobody knows who his parents are for sure. There are all kinds of questions.
And that didn't bother you at the time?
It did bother me because I know my name, I know my parents, I know my birth date, I know I have classmates, okay, and there are no questions about whether I graduated from Ahmad Bello University or not, okay? All those questions were there about about Tinubu. But for me, the question was, he was governor of Lagos. Yes. How did he govern Lagos? He governed Lagos in a very inclusive manner. He had an Igbo guy as a commissioner. He had another Hausa man from Daura as one of his special advisors. In Lagos, in 1999, that was almost unique. He ran an inclusive government. After winning the elections with the Agberos and all that, he went and got the Cardosos, Wale Eduns, Yemi Osinbanjos from the private sector to come and help him run the government. So he did a decent job in governing Lagos. That's the only thing we know about him as far as governing is concerned. You know, Charles, every saint has a past. Every sinner has a future, okay? The way I looked at it is, well, look, he did a decent job in Lagos. Lagos has improved. You can't deny that. He laid a foundation. Many people have issues about how he held on to Lagos and so on and so forth. But the place is improving. If he can do half of that on a pan-Nigeria level, this country will move forward. So I said, look, he's the candidate of the party. I will support him. I will do everything to ensure he wins. So that's my explanation.
Right.
Now, fast forward.
And he's failed you.
Fast forward.
As you
He
said.
has. Look, the one thing I was almost confident President Tinubu would do would be to have a competent team, solid people. Look at his cabinet. It's a joke. The largest cabinet in Nigeria's history, maybe there are 5 ministers that can be called ministers in the time I was minister, which was 20 years prior. Okay? Who is the Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala in that cabinet? Who is the Obi Ezekwesili? You know, there is just no quality. As I said, apart from about 5
you could
of
ask
them.
the same question. Who is the Nasir El-Rufai?
Well, I don't know. I don't want to go to that level.
Well, the reason
okay?
I bring that up is that a lot of people will be saying that you're saying these things because you didn't make it into the cabinet when you expected to do so. And I'm wondering if that, what some interpreted as a slap in the face for you, is what is motivating you. And whether, let me just make this point, whether or not there could be, because I mean, he dropped you, which after all the effort you made on his behalf. And I'm wondering whether there could be an even bigger political price to pay for you for going for the president's political jugular this time. Because when you supported him, he cast you aside. And now this time you're opposing him. Could there be a bigger political price to pay for you?
There may be. I don't care. That's me, okay? Now, let's go back to that. You know, Charles, anytime I wake up and I see the Tinubu government inflicting more pain on Nigerians and just bungling governance, the simplest things in governance that I knew when I was DG of BP, these guys can't even get it together. Whenever I see that, I thank God. Because I think God saved me. I'm a very lucky person. I think God saved me from the embarrassment of having to explain to be part of this disaster. Okay? So I've never thought twice about it. I never sought to be minister. I was minister 20 years before. That's nothing. Tinubu begged me.
And to your credit, you did a superb job as Minister of Abuja.
Thank you very much.
Everybody would agree to
Thank you very much. Okay, my record is there. All right. So Tinubu begged me publicly. The videos are there to serve in his cabinet. He requested me to change my personal life plans. Okay. So those that I say is because he dropped me. How can I be unhappy about something that I never sought? It was actually an imposition on me. I had to change my plans. I had to put my PhD on hold. I had to do many things because of his request. So it has not happened. It has not happened. I'm grateful to God that it has not happened because I don't have to explain to Nigerians why electricity is this way, the economy is going this way, the exchange rate is going that way, and so on. I don't have to explain that.
Right. But what is your sense of what the wider public mood is? Because, I mean, you've said that, he's treated the Nigerian people very badly in terms of his policies. I mean, what is your sense of what the wider public mood is? Because it is fair to say that many people may not like Mr. Tinubu, but many of them are undecided and are not necessarily convinced that people like you or Atiku or Obi or Kwankwaso are a better alternative.
Well, we have to ask the people to make up their minds. Do you like what is happening? This is just 2 years, okay? If you're happy with what is happening, if your life has got better since President Tinubu was sworn in on May 29, 2023, fine. But if not, why not give some other people a chance?
Well, the reason I ask that is because, I mean, I'm wondering whether you've carried out any sort of scientific poll to actually determine how popular he is. Because
No,
I
we have.
remember in 2023,
yes, we have.
When you were sitting where you're sitting now, and I interviewed you,
yes,
and I quoted the polls to you that suggested that Mr. Tinubu was only marginally popular.
Yes.
And you disputed that.
Yes.
But in the end, he could only manage less than a third of the vote, or around a third.
Yes.
While the two leading opposition candidates got collectively 2/3 of the vote.
True. Throughout the polling before the 2023 election, we knew that the election was going to be tight, very tight. But we were ahead. We knew we were going to be tight. We have done some polling. And I have mentioned some time ago that in many parts of the country, particularly in the southeast and the north, President Tinubu has 91% disapproval rating. Even in Lagos, he has 78% disapproval rating. Okay? In some states...
And that's a scientific poll.
It's a scientific poll. Right. And in some states in the southwest, he's doing a bit better. Ondo, Ekiti, he's doing better than 78% disapproval rating, but there is nowhere he's doing better than 50%, even in the southwest. The guy is gone. He's performed miserably. The economy has tanked. The security architecture has failed. There are no clear trade, industrial, and investment policies. Everything is going wrong. They are raising lots of revenues, but we don't know where the revenues are going because there are no results.
Well, they say they're giving a lot of that money to the states. And let's face it, development, you were a governor before.
Yeah, the states
are responsible for development.
They are not responsible for all development.
Not all.
States are responsible for education, healthcare, and so on.
Key, aren't
but major infrastructure, electricity, our rail system, our aviation system, the telecom system, is all under exclusively federal so far. So, yes, the states are getting more money in Naira terms, but my question is, where are the results? President Tinubu went to Kaduna last week to commission projects. 90% of all the projects he commissioned were the project that I did and took to 90% plus. Okay? No new projects have been initiated and commissioned in 2 years by this administration, even though they have had much more money. So the question is, and I gave the example of Kaduna only because I'm from the state and I know it pretty well and I get a lot of data about what is going on there. But the story is the same in most states of Nigeria. Some governors are trying hard, but frankly, most of them are not doing much with those resources. And the federal oversight is very weak because the president wants all the governors to be in APC.
But they would make the argument that he's only been in office for 2 years.
Yeah.
I mean, is it fair to assess him based on 2 years?
Of course, it is fair to assess him. He has assessed others based on 1 year. He has assessed others in the past. You see, the beauty of the 21st century is there is an audit trail of what you have said or done. When Jonathan was president and Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu tweets then, as far as security is concerned, the buck stops at the president's desk. You bring that out to him and show him when he tries to say, governor, go and fix your security problem. No, the governor cannot fix security problems because defense, police, security is exclusively federal. As governors, we were chief security officers only in name. Okay, so don't outsource security to the states. Fix it. Hire more boots on the ground. Equip them, retool them, and so on. And Charles, for the last 12 months or up to 18 months, every month, 100 billion naira is deducted from the federation account and sent to the security agencies. Why is there no improvement? In 2024, over 2.2 million Nigerians were abducted. 615,000 were killed. Is Nigeria at war? These numbers are worse than the 8 years of Buhari in 1 year. This is data from Nigerian Bureau of Statistics. So it's government data. I'm not quoting something out of the air. So for that 100 billion that goes out every month from Federation account without appropriation by the National Assembly, by the way, without appropriation by the state assemblies, because part of the money belongs to the states. So each state assembly is supposed to appropriate that part. So the entire deduction and expenditure is unconstitutional. It's an impeachable offense, but it has been going on for more than 15 months from the last time I checked. So where has that 1.5 trillion gone? What is it being used for? Why is the security situation just getting worse? Why is the government asking communities to protect themselves? Look,
well, I have
President Tinubu's government has failed woefully. Look, beyond, if you asked me in 2022 or 2023 when we were campaigning that things will ever be this bad, I would say that you are mentally ill.
Very briefly, because we're almost out of time, your political career is now coming out of hold again, because you took a bit of a break after you left the governorship of Kaduna State.
Yes.
But let me ask you again, what position are you aiming to run for in 2027?
I have not made any decision about what position to run for. For me...
But you're thinking about it?
Frankly, yeah. I'm thinking about it. We are discussing with many people. Even in the coalition, we discussed that. But I have not made any firm decision. For me, priority number one, okay, is to get a person that will improve the quality of governance in Nigeria. If the quality of governance in Nigeria is improved, I will thrive. I will do well. Okay? I have an address, I have a profession, I have capabilities. I don't need to be in politics, I don't need to be in public service to thrive. So first order of business is to have a country that is well run, where the resources are applied, where people have a great opportunity to realize their potential. So for me, that's number one. Okay? That person also should be able to defeat President Tinubu, because President Tinubu is determined to make this election look as if it is settled. It is not. They are giving the impression through defections and so on as if, this is set. It is not. We know. Okay? It is not. And as I've said before, and I'll say it again, I have looked at the numbers, I've looked at the trends of elections. President Tinubu has no pathway to win. He cannot win. In fact, he'll be lucky if he is third. Okay?
On that note, I want to thank you very much indeed. It's been absolutely brilliant, absolutely rapt conversation listening to you. Nasir El-Rufai is the former governor of Kaduna State, and it would be fair to say that he's a man who looms very large indeed on the Nigerian political landscape. Good to see you again. Thank you very much indeed. Yes, it is true. He's been fist bumping and mingling with members of the opposition coalition who've been pulling out all the stops, trying to woo him and to politically connect with him. But Senator Ali Ndume, maverick as he can be, says he's not that maverick, even though he's sympathetic to at least some, if not all, the political messages from the opposition, one of which is that the politicians in power, in effect the ruling APC, are running this country into the ground. But where they differ is that Senator Ndume wants to change things from within, stilted as that may be, whereas the opposition coalition are attempting to do it from without. But there is no doubt that Senator Ndume's activism continues to at least peripherally shape Nigerian politics, perhaps even more so than the legitimate opposition has been able to do. And the way he goes about it, by poking his finger in the eye of the ruling party, has many Nigerians enthralled as he continues to decry what he says this country has become, distorted and endangered by politicians, and a byword for insecurity, poverty, and economic uncertainty. And the former Senate Chief Whip, Senator Ali Ndume, representing Borno South, joins me now in the studio. How utterly nice to see you again.
Hi, Charles.
Thank you very much indeed for coming in. And I was very worried about you getting here because there's some
I told you.
serious traffic outside this building.
Yeah, well, fortunately, by the time I came in, it has gone down a bit.
You waved a magic wand, did you?
And I used the back,
you use the back channels.
Back channels.
Like Nigerian politicians usually do, back channels.
No, we don't use the back channels,
You mean you don't use the back channels?
Okay, Charles.
But let me start by asking you, from the point of view of the APC, a party that you still belong to, what is your assessment of the opposition coalition that's coming together to challenge the APC and President Tinubu in 2027?
Let me say that this coalition that is developing outside the major political party, that is our APC, is, to me, a positive development in democracy. There can be no effective democracy without opposition, which the major supposedly the opposition has failed to provide. That is the PDP, Labour, and other parties.
Right.
Instead, they are turning the Nigerian democracy into something else. You can see the area of decampment. That means you're telling the public out there that you have no principles. You only need a platform. And even if you need a platform, it should be where your conscience will be with you. But that is not the case. And it is very, very dangerous for democracy itself. If there is no visible, effective opposition, that democracy is under threat of its own. I can see people, as you rightly said recently, politicians, not people. Because I said last time, what I see now is that politicians are decamping while the voters or the people that elect us are not. So you see a ship, as the president said, there is vacancy in the ship. But if you overload that ship, it is likely going to capsize. And if it capsizes, you lose everybody.
So potentially it could be
and that is what
a
I
big
fear.
challenge for the APC.
It's a big challenge. When you open your ship, if it is, even if it is a trailer that has 4 tires, talk less of ship. If you keep overloading the ship because others are desperate, more especially because most of them are not coming based on principles. But I know that many of them are jumping ship because of this indirect stick and carrot political approach. Majority. And that is not healthy at all.
Right. So basically...
So I'm doing what my conscience tells me at this age. I have to do that. And I feel that when you build a house and it's leaking or if something is happening with it, you just don't leave the house again. Or, No, you try to fix it. That's
but isn't that because some would argue, because I mean, you didn't start at the National Assembly. You didn't start in elected office as a member of the APC. The APC didn't exist when you got in there.
Yeah. I was part of the. Okay, that's another thing.
So you then carpet crossed yourself from one party to the other.
No. That was not it. We were the founding members of APC.
No, I understand that, but you came from another party.
Yes, from.
But your party then merged into the APC.
Our party, APC, ANPP then.
Right.
But that time I was in PDP.
Yeah, you were in PDP before you went to ANP.
Yes.
And then you went into APC.
Yes. No. I was in ANPP.
And then it merged with the...
I went to PDP on sabbatical, what I would call.
I like that. What does sabbatical mean?
That means...
in terms of your political sort of movement.
Because I was virtually forced out. That time I was in the House of Rep.
You mean forced out of the ANPP?
Yes.
Right.
Then I went to, and PDP opened their arms and received me 100 days before election.
But that's what the APC is doing with these defectors. Why are you different from the people who are defecting now?
I'm not saying I'm different.
Right. Okay.
I'm already in, and I'm not saying they should not come in.
Because, I mean, the point, some would say that the reason you're sticking with the APC, which is what happens with a lot of Nigerian politicians, which is why you're not seeing politicians leaving the APC, but people coming into it, is because the APC is in power.
No.
If it wasn't in power,
no.
a lot of you might have moved on.
No. All my life, politically, I have been in the opposition. And in fact, that is why you see me, my disposition is more...
The PDP wasn't in the opposition when you went in.
Yeah, but I was playing opposition role in PDP.
Wow.
Yes, go and check my records. I went to prison during PDP.
No, I do understand, because I remember you from that period.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand that you've been consistent.
On speaking my mind.
Yeah.
When I see any... Obasanjo, let me tell you, let me even start. I started in 2003 in the House of Rep. Then Obasanjo was the president. And Obasanjo is like a father to me. You know, like just real father.
Right.
I grew up with some of his children in Port Harcourt when he was our GOC. But I was one of the frontliners against that time. I stand for that.
So he had you in his sights then, as a result?
No, he always tell me, even now, go to Obasanjo, go to Ebekuta, he treats me like his son. The same thing with this president. And one of those, as I told you, until recently when he became the president, I used to go to, Tinubu's bedroom, both in Bodilon and here in Lagos House. And he knows me very well. And if we meet casually, he will tell me, I hear you. Charles, I'm 65. I've been in this business 24 years now. God has done everything to me.
You've been very fortunate.
Yes, very, very fortunate. The only thing I have to do right now, and I would prefer to die doing it, is to speak the truth and do what is right. And that is what I believe. That's why I will not jump the ship. Right. But when the ship is getting overloaded with unnecessary cargo, and that ship may capsize, then I better consider the small, watch out, the small ship.
You mean the little boats that are around the place? Well, let's look at those boats, because you were the Director General of Rotimi Amechi's campaign.
Yeah.
When he was running against President Tinubu to be the APC nominee in 2023.
Yeah.
And he came second, beating out the likes of the Vice President Yemi Osibanjo and many others. He was finally beaten, albeit by a wide margin, by Bola Tinubu. So you did a pretty good job as the DG of his campaign.
Yeah. We had 315 votes. We gave them a good fight. And then after that, we thought things would go on fine, actually. Because I remember vividly that Tinubu, the governor of Lagos, the current Minister of Defense, and who else, came to, Tinubu called me to say he wants to come and meet with myself, Amechi, and so we agreed. And at that time, I remember I was to go for Hajj.
You were to go for?
Hajj.
Okay, right.
And so the president said, look, we want to you to come on board and let's work together. And we agreed. And then we agreed that we will meet after I come back. And that meeting did not hold. That was how they abandoned Amici.
Right.
So it's not his fault.
So that's where the simmering anger is coming from, isn't it?
Yeah, and but as you see, Amici worked for the president. I can tell you that.
You mean after he lost?
After he lost,
sort of started working.
He was part of the PCC.
Right.
And our team, like Burate, the former IG, and many others, joined hands. Rufai was supposed to be on our side. And somehow, he moved over. And I think these are part of the things that are annoying him or frustrating. I think...
When you say he moved off, what do you mean?
He was on our side.
Yeah. You said he was supposed to be on your side.
Yeah, Amici's side.
Okay, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
So after Tinubu was nominated...
No. Before Tinubu was nominated,
right,
he made up his mind to support Tinubu.
Okay.
And Tinubu, as he rightly said,
right,
that he should not leave and that he should come on board. So, since then, I've not been that to Rufai.
Right.
Because he abandoned our group. You understand? Went to support Tinubu fully.
Right.
He